The Satires of Decimus Junius Juvenalis. Translated into English verse. By Mr. Dryden, and several other eminent hands. Juvenal. The first satyr. Still shall I hear, and never quit the score, stunned with hoarse Codrus Thesiad, over, and over. Shall this man's elegies and to other play unpunished mirth a long summer's day. Huge Telephus, a formidable page, cries vengeance, and Orestes his bulky rage, unsatisfied with margins closely writ, foams over the covers, and not finished yet. No man can take a more familiar note of his own home, than I of Vulcan's grot, or Mars his grove, or hollow winds that blow from Etna's top, or tortured ghosts below. I know by rote the famed exploits of Greece, the centaur's fury, and the golden fleece. Through the thick shades thy eternal scribbler bawls, and shakes the statues on their pedestals. The best and worst on the same theme employs his muse, and plagues us with an equal noise. Provoked by these incorrigible fools, I left declaiming in pedantic schools, where, with men boys, I strove to get renown, advising Scylla to a private gown. But, since the world with writing is possessed, I'll versify in spite, and do my best to make as much waste paper as the rest. But while I lift aloft the satyr's rod, and tread the path which famed Lucilius trod, attend the causes which my muse have led, when sapless eunuchs mount the marriage bed, when mannish Mevia, that two-handed whore, astride on horseback hunts the Tuscan boar, when all our lords are by his wealth outvied, whose razor on my callow beard was tried, when I behold the spawn of conquered Nile Crispinus both in birth and manners vile, pacing in pomp, with cloak of Tyrian dye, changed oft a day for needless luxury. And finding oft occasion to be fanned, ambitious to produce his lady hand, charged with light summer rings his fingers sweat, unable to support a gem of weight, such fulsome objects meeting everywhere, 'tis hard to write, but harder to forbear. To view so lewd a town, and to refrain, what hoops of iron could my spleen contain? When pleading Matho, born abroad for air, with his fat paunch fills his new-fashioned chair, and after him the wretch in pomp conveyed, whose evidence his lord and friend betrayed, and but the wished occasion does attend from the poor nobles the last spoils to rend, whom even spies dread as their superior fiend, and bribe with presents, or, when presents fail, they send their prostituted wives for bail, when night performance holds the place of merit, and brawn and back the next of kin deshare it. For such good parts are in preferment's way, the rich old madam never fails to pay, her legacies by nature's standard given, one gains an ounce, another gains 11, a dear bought bargain, all things duly weighed, for which their thrice concocted blood is paid. With looks as one, as he who in the brake at unawares has trod upon a snake, or played at lions a declaiming prize, for which the vanquished rhetorician dies. What indignation boils within my veins, when perjured guardians, proud with impious gains, choke up the streets, too narrow for their trains. Whose wards by want betrayed, to crimes are led too foul to name, too fulsome to be read. When he who piled his province scapes the laws, and keeps his money though he lost his cause, his fine begged off, contemns his infamy, can rise at 12, and get him drunk ever 3, enjoys his exile, and, condemned in vain, leaves the prevailing province to complain. Such villainies roused Horace into wrath, and 'tis more noble to pursue his path, than an old tale of Diomede to repeat, or labouring after Hercules to sweat, or wandering in the winding maze of Crete, or with the winged smith aloft to fly, or fluttering perish with his foolish boy. With what impatience must the muse behold the wife by her procuring husband sold? For though the law makes null thy adulterer's deed of lands to her, the cuckold may succeed, who his taut eyes up to the ceiling throws, and sleeps all over but his wakeful knows. When he dares hope a colonel's command, whose coursers kept, ran out his father's land, who yet a stripling Nero's chariot drove, whirled over the streets, while his vain master strove with boasted art to please his eunuch love. Would it not make a modest author dare to draw his table book within the square, and fill with notes, when lolling at his ease, mean as like, the happy rogue he sees borne by 6 wearied slaves in open view, who cancelled an old will, and forged a new, made wealthy at the small expense of signing with a wet seal, and a fresh interlining. The lady, next, requires a lashing line, who squeezed a toad into her husband's wine, so well the fashionable medicine thrives, that now 'tis practised even by country wives, poisoning without regard of fame or fear, and spotted core are frequent on the bier. Wouldest thou to honours and preferments climb, be bold in mischief, dare some mighty crime, which dungeons, death, or banishment deserves, for virtue is but dryly praised, and sterves. Great men, to great crimes, owe their plate in boast, fair palaces and furniture of cost, and high commands, a sneaking sin is lost. Who can behold that rank old lecher keep his son's corrupted wife, and hope to sleep? Or that male harlot, or that unfledged boy, eager to sin, before he can enjoy? If nature could not, anger would indict such woeful stuff as I or S.L.L. write. Count from the time, since old Deucalion's boat, raised by the flood, did on Parnassus float, and scarcely mooring on the cliff, implored an oracle how man might be restored, when softened stones and vital breath ensued, and virgins naked were by lovers viewed, whatever since that golden age was done, what humankind desires, and what they shun, rage, passions, pleasures, impotence of will, shall this satirical collection fill. What age so large a crop of vices bore, or when was avarice extended more? When were the dice with more profusion thrown? The well-filled fob not emptied now alone, but gamesters for whole patrimony's play, the steward brings the deeds which must convey the lost estate, what more than madness reigns, when one short sitting many hundreds drains, and not enough is left him to supply board wages, or a footman's livery. What age so many summer seats did see? Or which of our forefathers fared so well as on 7 dishes, at a private meal? Clients of old were feasted, now a poor divided dole is dealt a thy outward door, which by the hungry rout is soon dispatched, the paltry largesse, too, severely watched ever given, and every face observed with care, that no intruding guest usurp a share. Known, you receive, the crier calls aloud our old nobility of Trojan blood, who gape among the crowd for their precarious food. The praetors, and the tribune's voice is heard, the freedman jostles and will be preferred, first come, first served he cries, and I, in spite of your great lordships, will maintain my right. Though born a slave, though my torn ears are bored, 'tis not the birth, 'tis money makes the lord. The rents of 5 fair houses I received, what greater honours can the purple give? The poor patrician is reduced to keep in melancholy walks a graziers sheep, not Pallas nor Licinius had my treasure, then let the sacred tribunes wait my leisure. Once a poor rogue, 'tis true, I trod the street, and trudged to Rome upon my naked feet. Gold is the greatest god, though yet we see no temples raised to Moni's majesty, no altars fuming to her power divine. Such as to valour, peace, and virtue shine, and faith, and concord, where the stork on high seems to salute her infant progeny, presaging pious love with her auspicious cry. But since our knights and senate account to what their sordid begging veils amount, judge what a wretched share the poor attends, whose whole subsistence on those alms depends. Their household fire, their raiment, and their food, prevented by those harpies, when a wood of litters thick besiege the donor's gate, and begging lords, and teeming ladies wait the promised dole. Nay, some have learned the trick to beg for absent persons, feign them sick, close mewed in their sedans, for fear of air, and for their wives produce an empty chair. This is my spouse, dispatch her with her share. 'Tis gala, let her ladyship but peep. No, sir, 'tis pity to disturb her sleep. Such fine employments our whole days divide, the salutations of the morning tide call up the sun, those ended, to the hall we wait the patron, hear the lawyer's bowl, then to the statues, where amidst the race of conquering Rome, some Arab shows his face inscribed with titles, and profanes the place, fit to be pissed against, and somewhat more. The great man, home conducted, shuts his door, old clients, wearied out with fruitless care, dismiss their hopes of eating, and despair, though much against the grain, forced to retire, buy roots for supper, and provide a fire. Meantime his lordship lolls within at ease, pampering his paunch with foreign rarities, both sea and land are ransacked for the feast, and his own gut the sole invited guest. Such plate, such tables, dishes dressed so well, that whole estates are swallowed at a meal. Even parasites are banished from his board, but once a sordid and luxurious lord, prodigious throat, for which whole boars are dressed, a creature formed to furnish out a feast, but present punishment pursues his maw, when surfeited and swelled, the peacock raw he bears into the bath, whence want of breath repletions, apoplex, intestate death. His fate makes table talk, divulged with scorn, and he, a jest, into his grave is borne. No age can go beyond us, future times can add no farther to the present crimes. Our sons but the same things can wish and do, vice is at stand, and at the highest flow. Then Satyr spread thy sails, take all the winds can blow. Some may, perhaps, demand what muse can yield sufficient strength for such a spacious field. From whence can be derived so large a vein, bold truths to speak, and spoken to maintain, when godlike freedom is so far bereft the noble mind, that scarce the name is left. Ever scandalum magnatum was begot, no matter if the great forgave or not, but if that honest license now you take, if, into rogues omnipotent you rake, death is your doom, impaled upon a stake, smeared over with wax, and set on fire, to light the streets, and make a dreadful blaze by night. Shall they, who drenched 3 uncles in a draught of poisonous juice, be then in triumph brought, make lanes among the people where they go, and, mounted high on downy chariots, throw disdainful glances on the crowd below? Be silent, and beware, if such you see, 'tis defamation but to say, that's he. Against bold Turnus the great Trojan arm, amidst their strokes the poet gets no harm, Achilles may in epic verse be slain, and none of all his myrmidons complain, Hylas may drop his pitcher, none will cry, not if he drown himself for company, but when Lucilius brandishes his pen, and flashes in the face of guilty men, a cold sweat stands in drops on every part, and rage succeeds to tears, revenge to smart. Muse, be advised, 'tis past considering time when entered once the dangerous lists of rhyme, since none the living villains dare implead, arraign them in the persons of the dead. The end of the first Satyr. The second Satyr. I'm sick of Rome, and wish myself conveyed where freezing seas obstruct the merchant's trade, when hypocrites read lectures, and a sot, because into a gown and pulpit got, though surfeit gorged, and reeking from the stews, nothing but abstinence for his theme will choose. The Rachels too pretend to learning, why? Chrysippus' statue decks their library. Who makes his closet finest is most read, the dolt that with an Aristotle's head, carved to the life, has once adorned his shelf, straight sets up for a stagierite himself. Precise their look, but to the brothel come, you'll know the price of philosophic bum. You'd swear, if you their bristled hides surveyed, that for a bear's caresses they are made, yet of their obscene part they take such care, that, like baboons, they still keep podex bare, to see it so sleek and trimmed the surgeon smiles, and scarcely can for laughing launce the piles. Since silence seems to carry wisdom's power, thy affected rogues, like clocks, speak once an hour. Those grizzled locks which nature did provide, in plenteous growth, their asses' ears to hide, the formal slaves reduced to a degree short of their eyebrows, now I honour thee, thee Peribonius, thou profess he whore, and all thy crimes impute to nature's score, thou, as in harlot's dress thou art attired, for aught I know, with harlot's itch art fired, thy form seems for the Parthic trade designed, and generously thou dost own thy kind. But what of those lewd miscreants must become, who preach morality and shake the bum? Virilus cries, shall I fear Sextus' doom, whose haunches are the common sink of Rome? Let him cry Blackmore devil, whose skin is white, and bandy legs, who treads himself upright, let him reprove that's innocent, in vain the Gracchi of sedition must complain. 'Twould make you swear the planets from their spheres, should Verres peach thieves, Milo murderers, Clodius tax boards, Cethegus Catiline, or Sylla's pupils, Sylla's rules decline. Yet we have seen a modern magistrate restore those rigid laws that did create in Mars and Venus dread, himself the while, with impious drugs and potions, did beguile the teeming Julia's womb, and thence did wrest crude births, that yet thy incestuous sire confess. How shall such hypocrites reform the state, on whom the brothels can recriminate? Of this we have an instance great and new in a cock zealot of this preaching crew, whose late harangue the gaping rabble drew. His theme, as fate would have't, was fornication, and as if thy fury of his declamation, he cried, why sleeps the Julian law, that all this vice? Laronia, an industrious board, as boards will run to lectures, nettled much to have her copyhold so nearly touched, with a disdainful smile, replied, blessed times, that made thee censor of the age's crimes. Rome now must needs reform, and vice be stopped, since a third Cato from the clouds is dropped. But tell me, sir, what perfume strikes the air from your most reverend neck overgrown with hair? For modestly we may presume, I trow, 'tis not your natural grain, the price I'd know, and where 'tis sold, direct me to the street, and shop, for I with no such essence meet. Let me entreat you, sir, for your own sake, use caution, and permit the laws to take a harmless nap, left the Scantinian wake. Our wise forefathers took their measures right, nor wreaked on fornicators all their spite, but left a limbo for the sodomite. If you commission courts must needs erect for manners, put the test to your own sect. But you by number think yourselves secure, while our thin squadron must the brunt endure. With grief I must confess our musters few, and much with civil broils impaired, while you are to the devil and to each other true. Your penal laws against us are enlarged, on whom no crimes like what you act, are charged. Flavia may now and then turn up for bread, but chastely with Catulla lies abed. Your Hispo acts both sexes' parts, before a fornicator, and behind, a whore. We never invade your walks, the client's cause we leave to your confounding and the laws. If now and then an Amazonian dame dares fight a public prize, 'tis sure less shame, than to behold your unnerved sex at into needlework, and like a damsel spin. How Hista's bondman his sole heir became, and his conniving spouse so rich a dame, is known, that wife with wealth must needs be sped, who is content to make a third in bed. You nymphs that would to coach and six arrive, marry, keep counsel, and ye are sure to thrive. Yet these obnoxious men, without remorse, against our tribe will put the laws in force, clip the dove's wing, and give the vulture course. Thus spoke the matron, the convicted crew from so direct a charge like lightning flew. It must be so, nor, vain Metellus, shall from Rome's tribunal, thy harangues prevail gainst harlotry, while thou art clad so thin, that through thy cobweb robe we see thy skin as thou declaimest. Fabula is, you say, a whore, I own it, so's Carcinia, rank prostitutes, therefore without remorse punish the strumpets, give the law its course, but when ye have sentenced them, Metellus, know they'd blush to appear so loosely dressed as you. You say the dog star reigns, whose sultry fire melts you to death even in that light attire. Go naked then, 'twere better to be mad, which has a privilege, than so lewdly clad. How would our mountain sires, return from plough or battle, such a silken judge allow? Canst thou restore old manners, or retrench Rome's pride, who comest transparent to the bench? This mode in which thou singly doest appear, by thy example shall get footing here, till it has quite depraved the Roman stock as one infected sheep confounds the flock. Nor will this crime, Metellus, be thy worst. No man ever reached the heights of vice at first, for vice like virtue by degrees must grow. Thus, from this wanton dress, Metellus, thou with those polluted priests at last shall join, who female chaplets round their temples twine, and with perverted rites profane the goddess shrine. Where such vile practices twixt males are past, as makes our matrons lewd nocturnals chaste. cocytus orgies scarce are more obscene, for thus thy effeminate priests themselves demean. With jet-black pencils one his eyebrows dyes, and adds new fire to his lascivious eyes, another in a glass Priapus swills, while twisted gold his plaited tresses fills, a female robe, and to complete the farce, his servant not by love but Uno swears. One holds a mirror, Parthic Otho's shield, in which he viewed before he marched to field, nor Ajax with more pride his sevenfold targe did wield. O noble subject for new annals fit, in musty fame's records unmentioned yet. A looking-glass must load thy imperial car, the most important carriage of the war. Galba to kill he thought a general's part, but, as a courtier, used the nicest art to keep his skin from tan, before the fight would paint, and set his soiled complexion right. A softness which Semiramis never knew, when once she had the field and foe in view, nor Egypt's queen, when she from Actium flew. No chaste discourse their festivals afford, obsceneness is the language of their board, soft lisping tones, taught by some bald pate priest, for skilful palate, master of the feast. A pack of prostitutes, unnerved, and rife for thy operation of a Phrygian knife, for from such Parthics 'twere but just to take those manly parts, of which no use they make. Gracchus, 'tis said, gave to his trumpeter 400 sesterces, for what? In dower. The motion's liked, the parties are agreed, and for performance seal a formal deed, guests are bespoke, a wedding supper made, the wonted joy is wished, that done, the he-bride in his bridegroom's arms is laid. O peers of Rome! Need these stupendous times a censor or a ruspex for such crimes? The prodigy less monstrous would appear, if women calves, or heifers lambs should bear. In bridal robe and veil the Parthics dressed, who bore the ponderous shield at Mars his feast. Father of Rome, say what detested clime taught Latin shepherds, so abhorred a crime. Say, thundering Mars, from whence the nettle sprung, whose venom first thy noble offspring stung. Behold! A man by birth and fortune great weds with a man, yet from thy ethereal seat no rattling of thy brazen wheels we hear, nor is earth pierced with thy avenging spear. Oh! If thy jurisdiction, Mars, falls short to punish mischiefs of so vast import, complain to love, and move the higher court. For shame redress this scandal, or resign thy province to some power that's more divine. Tomorrow early in Quirinus' vale I must attend, why? Thereby hangs a tale, a male friend's to be married to a male. 'Tis true the wedding's carried privately, the parties being at present somewhat shy, but that they own the match, ever long you will hear, and see it in the public register. But one sore grief does these he-brides perplex, though they debase, they cannot change their sex, nor yet, by help of all their wicked art, bring offspring to secure their husband's heart. Nature too much I thy dire embraces forced, but never joins influence with desires so cursed, incestuous births, and monsters may appear, but teeming males not earth nor hell can bear. Yet Gracchus, thou degenerate son of fame, thy pranks are stigmatized with greater blame, theirs was a private, thine an open shame. Who like a fencer on a public stage, hast made thyself the scandal of the age. Nor can Rome's noblest blood with thine compare, while thou makest pastime for the theatre. To what dire cause can we assign these crimes, but to that reigning atheism of the times? Ghosts, Stygian lakes, and frogs with croaking note, and Charon wafting souls in leaky boat, are now thought fables, to fright fools conceived. Or children, and by children scarce believed. Yet give thou credit. What can we suppose the temperate Curii, and the Scipios, what will Fabricius or Camillus think, when they behold, from their Elysium's brink, an atheist's soul to last perdition sink? How will they from thy assaulted banks rebound, and wish for sacred rites to purge thy unhallowed ground? In vain, O Rome! Thou dost thy conquest boast beyond the Orcades' short-nighted coast, since free the conquered provinces remain from crimes that thy imperial city stain, yet rumour speaks, if we may credit fame, of one Armenian youth, who since he came has learned the impious trade, and does exceed the lewdest Parthics of our Roman breed. Blessings of commerce. He was sent, 'tis said, for breeding hither, and he's fairly bred. Fly foreign youths from our polluted streets, and, ever unmanned, regain your native seats, lest, while for traffic here too long you stay, you learn at last to trade thy Italian way, and, with cursed merchandise returning home, stock all your country with the figs of Rome. The end of the second satyr. The third satyr. Aggrieved though I am, an ancient friend to lose, I like the solitary seat he chose, in quiet Cumae fixing his repose, where, far from noisy Rome secure he lives, and one more citizen to Sibyl gives, the road to Beige, and that soft recess which all the gods with all their bounty bless. Though I in Procito with greater ease could live, than in a street of palaces. What scene so desert, or so full of fright, as towering houses tumbling in the night, and Rome on fire beheld by its own blazing light? But worse than all, the clattering tiles, and worse than thousand padders, is the poet's curse. Rogues that in dog days cannot rhyme forbear, but without mercy read, and make you hear. Now while my friend, just ready to depart, was packing all his goods in one poor cart, he stopped a little at the conduit gate, where Numa modelled once the Roman state, in mighty councils with his nymph retired, though now the sacred shades and founts are hired by banished Jews, who their whole wealth can lay in a small basket, on a wisp of hay, yet such our avarice is, that every tree pays for his head, not sleep itself is free, nor place, nor persons now are sacred held. From their own grove the muses are expelled. Into this lonely vale our steps we bend, I and my sullen discontented friend, the marble caves, and aqueducts we view, but how adulterate now, and different from the true. How much more beauteous had the fountain been embellished with her first created green, where crystal streams through living turf had run, contented with an urn of native stone. Then thus Umbricius, with an angry frown, and looking back on this degenerate town, since noble arts in Rome have no support, and ragged virtue not a friend at court, no profit rises from thy ungrateful stage, my poverty increasing with my age, 'tis time to give my just disdain a vent, and, cursing, leave so base a government. Where Daedalus's borrowed wings laid by, to that obscure retreat I choose to fly, while yet few furrows on my face are seen, while I walk upright, and old age is green, and Lachesis has somewhat left to spin. Now 'tis time to quit this cursed place, and hide from villains my too honest face. Here let Arturius live, and such as he, such manners will with such a town agree. Knaves who in full assemblies have the knack of turning truth to lies, and white to black, can hire large houses, and oppress the poor by farmed excise, can cleanse the common shore, and rent the fishery, can bear the dead, and teach their eyes dissembled tears to shed, all this for gain they sell their very head. These fellows, see what fortune's power can do, were once the minstrels of a country show, followed the prizes through each paltry town, by trumpet cheeks and bloated faces known. But now, grown rich, on drunken holy days, at their own costs exhibit public plays, where influenced by the rabble's bloody will, with thumbs bent back, they popularly kill. From thence returned, their sordid avarice rakes in excrements again, and hires the jakes. Why hire they not the town, not everything, since such as they have fortune in a string? Who, for her pleasure, can her fools advance, and toss 'em topmost on the wheel of chance? What's Rome to me, what business have I there, I who can neither lie, nor falsely swear, nor praise my patron's undeserving rhymes, nor yet comply with him, nor with his times, unskilled in schemes by planets to foreshow, like canting rascals, how the wars will go? I neither will, nor can prognosticate to the young gaping heir, his father's fate, nor in the entrails of a toad have prayed, nor carried bawdy presents to a bride, for want of these town virtues. Thus, alone, I go conducted on my way by none, like a dead member from the body rent, maimed, and unuseful to the government. Who now is loved, but he who loves the times, conscious of close intrigues, and dipped in crimes, labouring with secrets which his bosom burn, yet never must to public light return. They get reward alone who can betray, for keeping honest counsels none will pay. He who can verace, when he will, accuse, the purse of verace may at pleasure use, but let not all the gold which Togus hides, and pays the sea in tributary tides, be bribe sufficient to corrupt thy breast, or violate with dreams thy peaceful rest. Great men with jealous eyes the friend behold, whose secrecy they purchase with their gold. I haste to tell thee, nor shall shame oppose, what confidence our wealthy Romans chose, and whom I most abhor, to speak my mind. I hate, in Rome, a Grecian town to find, to see the scum of Greece transplanted here, received like gods, is what I cannot bear. Nor Greeks alone, but Syrians here abound, obscene Orontes, diving underground, conveys his wealth to Tiber's hungry shores, and fattens Italy with foreign whores. Hither their crooked harps and customs come, all find receipt in hospitable Rome. The barbarous harlots crowd the public place, go fools, and purchase an unclean embrace, the painted mitre court, and the more painted face. Old Romulus, and Father Mars look down, your herdsman primitive, your homely clown is turned a beau in a loose tawdry gown. His once unkemmed, and horrid locks, behold stilling sweet oil, his neck enchained with gold, aping the foreigners in every dress, which, bought at greater cost, becomes him less. Meantime they wisely leave their native land, from Sicyon, Samos, and from Alaband, and Amidon, to Rome they swarm in shoals, so sweet and easy is the gain from fools. Poor refugees at first, they purchase here, and, soon as denizened, they domineer, grow to the great, a flattering servile rout, work themselves inward, and their patrons out. Quick-witted, brazen-faced, with fluent tongues, patient of labours, and dissembling wrongs riddle me this, and guess him if you can, who bears a nation in a single man. A cook, a conjurer, a rhetorician, a painter, pedant, a geometrician, a dancer on the ropes, and a physician, all things the hungry Greek exactly knows, and bid him go to heaven he goes. In short, no Scythian, Moor, or Thracian born, but in that town which arms and arts adorn. Shall he be placed above me at the board, in purple clothed, and lolling like a lord? Shall he before me sign, whom to other day a small craft vessel hither did convey, where, stowed with prunes, and rotten figs, he lay? How little is the privilege become of being born a citizen of Rome! The Greeks get all by fulsome flatteries, a most peculiar stroke they have at lies. They make a wit of their insipid friend, his blubber lips, and beetle brows commend, his long crane neck, and narrow shoulders praise, you'd think they were describing Hercules. A creaking voice for a clear treble goes, though harsher than a cock that treads and crows. We can as grossly praise, but, to our grief, no flattery but from Grecians gains belief. Besides these qualities, we must agree they mimic better on the stage than we the wife, the whore, the shepherdess they play, in such a free, and such a graceful way, that we believe a very woman shown, and fancy something underneath the gown. But not Antiochus, nor Stratocles, our ears and ravished eyes can only please, the nation is composed of such as these. All Greece is one comedian, laugh, and they return it louder than an ass can bray, grieve, and they grieve, if you weep silently, there seems a silent echo in their eye, they cannot mourn like you, but they can cry. Call for a fire, their winter cloths they take, begin but you to shiver, and they shake, in frost and snow, if you complain of heat, they rub thy unsweating brow, and swear they sweat. We live not on the square with such as these, such are our betters who can better please, who day and night are like a looking-glass, still ready to reflect their patron's face. The panegyric hand, and lifted eye, prepared for some new piece of flattery. Even nastiness, occasions will afford, they praise a belching, or well-pissing lord. Besides, there's nothing sacred, nothing free from bold attempts of their rank lechery. Through the whole family their labours run, the daughter is debauched, the wife is won, nor scapes the bridegroom, or the blooming son. If none they find for their lewd purpose fit, they with the walls and very floors commit. They search the secrets of the house, and so are worshipped there, and feared for what they know. And, now we talk of Grecians, cast a view on what, in schools, their men of morals do. A rigid stoic his own pupil slew. A friend, against a friend of his own cloth, turned evidence, and murthered on his oath. What room is left for Romans, in a town where Grecians rule, and cloaks control the gown? Some Diphilus, or some Protogenes, look sharply out, our senators to seize, engross 'em wholly, by their native art, and fear no rivals in their bubble's heart. One drop of poison in my patron's ear, one slight suggestion of a senseless fear, infused, with cunning, serves to ruin me, disgraced, and banished from the family. In vain forgotten services I boast, my long dependence in an hour is lost. Look round the world, what country will appear, where friends are left with greater ease than here? At Rome, nor think me partial to the poor, all offices of ours are out of door, in vain we rise, and to their levees run. My lord himself is up, before, and gone, the praetor bids his lictors mend their pace, lest his colleague outstrip him in the race. The childless matrons are, long since, awake, and for affronts the tardy visits take. 'Tis frequent, here, to see a free-born son on the left hand of a rich hireling run, because the wealthy rogue can throw away, for half a brace of bouts, a tribune's pay. But you, poor sinner, though you love the vice, and like the whore, demur upon the price, and, frighted with the wicked sum, forbear to lend a hand, and help her from the chair. Produce a witness of unblemished life, holy as Numa, or as Numa's wife, or him who bid thy unhallowed flames retire, and snatched the trembling goddess from the fire. The question is not put how far extends his piety, but what he yearly spends. Quick, to the business, how he lives and eats, how largely gives, how splendidly he treats, how many thousand acres feed his sheep, what are his rents, what servants does he keep. Thy account is soon cast up, the judges rate our credit in the court by our estate. Swear by our gods, or those the Greeks adore, thou art as sure forsworn, as thou art poor. The poor must gain their bread by perjury, and even the gods, that other means deny, in conscience must absolve 'em, when they lie. Add, that the rich have still a gibe in store, and will be monstrous witty on the poor, for the torn surtout and the tattered vest, the wretch and all his wardrobe are a jest. The greasy gown, sullied with often turning, gives a good hint, to say the man's in mourning, or if the shoe be ripped, or patches put, he's wounded. See the plaster on his foot. Want is the scorn of every wealthy fool, and wit in rags is turned to ridicule. Pack hence, and from the covered benches rise. The master of the ceremonies cries, this is no place for you, whose small estate is not the value of the settled rate. The sons of happy punks, the panda's heir, are privileged to sit in triumph there, to clap the first, and rule the theatre. Up to the galleries, for shame, retreat, for, by the Rician law, the poor can claim no seat. Whoever brought to his rich daughter's bed the man that polled but 12 pence for his head? Whoever named a poor man for his heir, or called him to assist the judging chair? The poor were wise, who by the rich oppressed, withdrew, and sought a sacred place of rest. Once they did well, to free themselves from scorn, but had done better never to return. Rarely they rise by virtue's aid, who lie plunged in the depth of helpless poverty. At Rome 'tis worse, where house rent by the year, and servants' bellies cost so devilish dear, and tavern bills run high for hungry cheer. To drink or eat in earthenware we scorn, which cheaply country cupboards does adorn, and coarse blue hoods on holy days are worn. Some distant parts of Italy are known, where none, but only dead men, wear a gown. On theatres of turf, in homely state, old plays they act, old feasts they celebrate, the same rude song returns upon the crowd, and, by tradition, is for wit allowed. The mimic yearly gives the same delights, and in the mother's arms the clownish infant frights. Their habits, undistinguished by degree, are plain, alike, the same simplicity, both on the stage, and in the pit, you see. In his white cloak the magistrate appears, the country bumpkin the same livery wears. But here, attired beyond our purse we go, for useless ornament and flaunting show, we take on trust, in purple robes to shine, and poor, are yet ambitious to be fine. This is a common vice, though all things here are sold, and sold unconscionably dear. What will you give that Cossus may but view your face, and in the crowd distinguish you, may take your incense like a gracious god, and answer only with a civil nod? To please our patrons, in this vicious age, we make our entrance by the favorite page, shave his first down, and when he polls his hair, the consecrated locks to temples bear, pay tributary cracknels, which he sells, and, with our offerings, help to raise his veils. Who fears, in country towns, our houses fall, or to be caught betwixt a riven wall? But we inhabit a weak city here, which buttresses and props but scarcely bear, and 'tis the village mason's daily calling, to keep the world's metropolis from falling, to cleanse the gutters, and the chinks to close, and, for one night, secure his lord's repose. At Cumy we can sleep, quite round the year, nor falls, nor fires, nor nightly dangers fear, while rolling flames from Roman turrets fly, and the pale citizens for buckets cry. Thy neighbor has removed his wretched store, few hands will rid the lumber of the poor, thy own third story smokes, while thou, supine, art drenched in fumes of undigested wine. For if the lowest floors already burn, cocklofts and garrets soon will take the turn. Where thy tame pigeons next the tiles were bred, which in their nests unsafe, are timely fled. Codros had but one bed, so short to boot, that his short wife's short legs hung dangling out, his cupboard's head 6 earthen pitchers graced, beneath them was his trusty tankard placed, and, to support this noble plate, there lay a bending Chiron cast from honest clay, his few Greek books a rotten chest contained, whose covers much of mouldiness complained, where mice and rats devoured poetic bread, and with heroic verse luxuriously were fed. 'Tis true, poor Codros nothing had to boast, and yet poor Codros all that nothing lost, begged naked through the streets of wealthy Rome, and found not one to feed, or take him home. But if the palace of Arturius burn, the nobles change their cloths, the matrons mourn, the city praetor will no pleadings hear, the very name of fire we hate and fear, and look aghast, as if the Gauls were here. While yet it burns, thy officious nation flies, some to condole, and some to bring supplies, one sends him marble to rebuild, and one white naked statues of the Parian stone, the work of Polyclete, that seem to live, while others, images for altars give, one books and screens, and palace to the breast, another bags of gold, and he gives best. Childless Arturius, vastly rich before, thus by his losses multiplies his store, suspected for accomplice to the fire, that burnt his palace but to build it higher. But, could you be content to bid adieu to the dear playhouse, and the players too? Sweet country seats are purchased everywhere, with lands and gardens, at less price, than here you hire a darksome dog-hole by the year. A small convenience, decently prepared, a shallow well, that rises in your yard, that spreads his easy crystal streams around, and waters all the pretty spot of ground. There, love the fork, thy garden cultivate, and give thy frugal friends a Pythagorean treat. 'Tis somewhat to be lord of some small ground, in which a lizard may, at least, turn round. 'Tis frequent, here, for want of sleep to die, which fumes of undigested feasts deny, and, with imperfect heat, in languid stomachs fry. What house secure from noise the poor can keep, when even the rich can scarce afford to sleep? So dear it costs to purchase rest in Rome, and hence the sources of diseases come. The drover who his fellow drover meets, in narrow passages of winding streets, the waggoners, that curse their standing teams, would wake even drowsy Drusus from his dreams. And yet the wealthy will not brook delay, but sweep above our heads, and make their way, in lofty litters borne, and read and write, or sleep at ease, the shutters make it night. Yet still he reaches, first, the public place, the priest before him stops the client's pace. The crowd that follows, crush his panting sides, and trip his heels, he walks not, but he rides. One elbows him, one jostles in the shoal, a rafter breaks his head, or chairman's pole, stockinged with loads of fat town dirt he goes, and some rogue soldier, with his hobnailed shoes, indents his legs behind in bloody rows. See with what smoke our doles we celebrate, 100 guests, invited, walk in state, 100 hungry slaves, with their Dutch kitchens wait. Huge pans the wretches on their heads must bear, which scarce gigantic Corbulo could rear, yet they must walk upright beneath the load, nay run, and running blow the sparkling flames abroad. Their coats, from botching newly brought, are torn, unwieldy timber trees, in wagons borne, stretched at their length, beyond their carriage lie, that nod, and threaten ruin from on high. For, should their axle break, its overthrow would crush, and pound to dust, the crowd below, nor friends their friends, nor sires their sons could know, nor limbs, nor bones, nor carcass would remain, but a mashed heap, a hotchpotch of the slain. One vast destruction, not the soul alone, but bodies, like the soul, invisible are flown. Meantime, unknowing of their fellows' fate, the servants wash the platter, scour the plate, then blow the fire, with puffing cheeks, and lay the rubbers, and the bathing sheets display, and oil them first, and each is handy in his way. But he, for whom this busy care they take, poor ghost, is wandering by the Stygian lake, affrighted with the ferryman's grim face, new to the horrors of that uncouth place, his passage begs with unregarded prayer, and wants 2 farthings to discharge his fare. Return we to the dangers of the night, and, first, behold our house's dreadful height, from whence come broken pots herds tumbling down, and leaky ware, from garret windows thrown, well may they break our heads, that mark the flinty stone. 'Tis want of sense to sup abroad too late, unless thou first hast settled thy estate. As many fates attend, thy steps to meet, as there are waking windows in the street. Bless the good gods, and think thy chance is rare to have a pissed pot only for thy share. The scouring drunkard, if he does not fight before his bedtime, takes no rest that night, passing the tedious hours in greater pain than stern Achilles, when his friend was slain. 'Tis so ridiculous, but so true withal, a bully cannot sleep without a brule, yet though his youthful blood be fired with wine, he wants not wit, the danger to decline, is cautious to avoid the coach and six, and on the lackeys will no quarrel fix his train of flambeaux, and embroidered coat may privilege my lord to walk secure on foot. But me, who must by moonlight homeward bend, or lighted only with a candle's end, poor me he fights, if that be fighting, where he only cudgels, and I only bear. He stands, and bids me stand, I must abide, for he's the stronger, and is drunk beside. Where did you whet your knife tonight, he cries, and shred the leeks that in your stomach rise? Whose windy beans have stuffed your guts, and where have your black thumbs been dipped in vinegar? With what companion cobbler have you fed, on old ox cheeks, or he goat's tougher head? What, are you dumb? Quick with your answer, quick, before my foot salutes you with a kick. Say, in what nasty cellar, underground, or what church porch, your rogue ship may be found? Answer, or answer not, 'tis all the same, he lays me on, and makes me bear the blame. Before the bar, for beating him, you come, this is a poor man's liberty in Rome. You beg his pardon, happy to retreat with some remaining teeth, to chew your meat. Nor is this all, for, when retired, you think to sleep securely, when the candles wink, when every door with iron chains is barred, and roaring taverns are no longer heard, the ruffian robbers by no justice awed, and unpaid cutthroat soldiers, are abroad, those venal souls, who, hardened in each ill to save complaints and prosecution, kill. Chased from their woods and bogs, the padders come to this vast city, as their native home, to live at ease, and safely skulk in Rome. The forge in fetters only is employed, our iron mines exhausted and destroyed in shackles, for these villains scarce allow goads for the teams, and plowshares for the plough. O happy ages of our ancestors, beneath the kings and tribunicial powers! One jail did all their criminals restrain, which, now, the walls of Rome can scarce contain. More I could say, more causes I could show for my departure, but the sun is low, the wagoner grows weary of my stay, and whips his horses forwards on their way. Farewell, and when, like me, overwhelmed with care, you to your own Aquinum shall repair, to take a mouthful of sweet country air, be mindful of your friend, and send me word, what joys your fountains and cool shades afford, then, to assist your satyrs, I will come, and add new venom, when you write of Rome. The end of the third satyr. The fourth satyr. Once more Crispinus called upon the stage, nor shall once more suffice, provokes my rage a monster, to whom every vice lays claim without one virtue to redeem his fame. Feeble, and sick, yet strong in lust alone, the rank adulterer preys on all the town, all but the widow's nauseous charms go down. What matter then how stately is the arch where his tired mules flow with their burden march? What matter then how thick and long the shade through which by sweating slaves he is conveyed? How many acres near the city walls, or new-built palaces his own he calls? No ill man's happy, least of all is he whose study 'tis to corrupt chastity, the incestuous brute, who the veiled vestal maid but lately to his impious bed betrayed, who for her crime, if laws their course might have, ought to descend alive into the grave. But now of slighter faults, and yet the same by others done, the censors justice claim. For what good men ignoble count and base, is virtue here, and does Crispinus grace, in this he's safe whatever we write of him, the person is more odious than the crime. And so all satyrs lost. The lavish slave 6,000 pieces for a barbel gave, a sesterce for each pound it weighed, as they give out that hear great things, but greater say. If by this bribe well placed, he would ensnare some sapless usurer that wants an heir, or if this present the sly courtier meant, should to some punk of quality be sent, that in her easy chair in state does ride, the glasses all drawn up on every side, I'd praise his cunning, but expect not this, for his own gut he bought the stately fish. Now even Apicius frugal seems, and poor, outvied in luxury unknown before. Gave you, Crispinus, you this mighty sum. You, that, for want of other rags, did come in your own country paper wrapped, to Rome. Do scales and fins bear price to this excess? You might have bought the fisherman for less. For less some provinces whole acres fell, nay in Apulia, if you bargain well, a manor would cost less than such a meal. What think we then of his luxurious lord? What bankers loaded that imperial board? When in one dish, that taken from the rest his constant table would have hardly missed, so many cestus's were swallowed down to stuff one scarlet-coated court buffoon, whom Rome of all her knights now chiefest greets, from crying stinking fish about her streets. Begin, Calliope, but not to sing, plain, honest truth we for our subject bring. Help then, ye young Pierian maids, to tell a downright narrative of what befell. Afford me willingly your sacred aids, me that have called you young, me that have stayed you maids. When he, with whom the Flavian race decayed, the groaning world with iron sceptre swayed, when a bald Nero reigned, and servile Rome obeyed. Where Venus' shrine does fair Ancona grace, a turbue taken of prodigious space, filled the extended net, not less than those that dull Meotis does with ice inclose, till conquered by the sun's prevailing ray, it opens to the Pontici their way, and throws them out unwieldy with their growth, fat with long ease, and a whole winter's sloth. The wise commander of the boat and lines, for our high priest the stately prey designs, For who that lordly fish durst sell or buy, so many spies and court informers nigh? No sure but of this vermin swarms does bear, searchers of mud and seaweed, that would swear the fish had long in Caesar's ponds been fed, and from its lord undutifully fled, so, justly ought to be again restored. Nay, if you credit sage Palfurius' word, or dare rely on Armillatus' skill, whatever fish the vulgar fry excel belong to Caesar, wheresoever they swim, by their own worth confiscated to him. The boatman then shall a wise present make, and give the fish before the Caesars take. Now sickly autumn to dry frosts gave way, cold winter raged, and fresh preserved the prey, yet with such haste the busy fisher flew, as if a hot south wind corruption blew, and now he reached the lake, where what remains of Alba, still her antient rites retains, still worships Vesta, though an humbler way, nor lets the hallowed Trojan fire decay. The wondering crowd that to strange sights resort, and choked a while his passage to the court, at length gives way, ope flies the palace gate, the turbue enters in, without the father's weight. The boatman straight does to a strides press, and thus presents his fish, and his address. Accept, dread sir, this tribute from the main, too great for private kitchens to contain. To your glad genius sacrifice this day, let common meats respectfully give way. Haste to unload your stomach to receive this turbue, that for you did only live, so long preserved to be imperial food, glad of the net, and to be taken proud. How fulsome this! How gross! Yet this takes well, and the vain prince with empty pride does swell. Nothing so monstrous can be said or feigned, but with belief and joy is entertained, when to his face the worthless wretch is praised, whom vile court flattery to a god has raised. But a hard fate! The palace stores no dish afford capacious of the mighty fish. To sage debate are summoned all the peers, his trusty and much hated counsellors, in whose pale look that ghastly terror sat that haunts the dangerous friendships of the great. The loud Liburnian that the Senate called, run, run, he's set, no sooner bawled, but with his robe snatched up in haste, does come Pegasus, bailiff of affrighted Rome. What more were prefects then? The best he was, and faithfullest expounder of the laws. Yet in ill times thought all things managed best, when justice exercised her sword the least. Old Crispus next, pleasant though old, appears, his wit, nor humour, yielding to his years. His temper mild, good nature joined with sense, and manners charming as his eloquence. Who fitter for a useful friend than he, to the great ruler of the earth and sea, if as his thoughts were just his tongue were free, if it were safe to vent his generous mind to Rome's dire plague and terror of mankind, if cruel power could softening counsel bear, but what's so tender as a tyrant's ear? With whom whoever, though a favourite spake, at every sentence set his life at stake, though the discourse were of no weightier things, than sultry summers or unhealthful springs. This well he knew, and therefore never tried, with his weak arms to stem the stronger tide. Nor did all Rome, grown spiritless, supply a man that for bold truth durst bravely die. So safe by wise complying silence, he even in that court did fourscore summers see. Next him Acilius, though his age the same, with eager haste to the grand council came. With him a youth, unworthy of the fate that did too near his growing virtues wait, urged by the tyrant's envy, fear, or hate. But 'tis long since old age began to be in noble blood no less than prodigy, whence 'tis I'd rather be of giant's birth a pigmy brother to those sons of earth, unhappy youth, whom from his destined end no well dissembled madness could defend, when naked in the Alban theatre, in Libyan bears he fixed his hunting spear. Who sees not now through the Lord's thin disguise that long seemed fools to prove at last more wise? That state court trick is now too open laid, who now admires the part old Brutus played? Those honest times might swallow this pretence when the king's beard was deeper than his sense. Next Rubrius came, though not of noble race, with equal marks of terror in his face. Pale with the gnawing guilt and inward shame of an old crime that is not fit to name. Worse, yet in scandal taking more delight, than the vile Parthic that durst satyr write. Montana's belly next, advancing slow before the sweating senator did go. Crispinus after, but much sweeter comes, scented with costly oils and eastern gums, more than would serve 2 funerals for perfumes. Then Pompey, none more skilled in the court game of cutting throats with a soft whisper, came. Next Fuscus, he who many a peaceful day for Dacian vultures was reserved a prey, till having studied war enough at home, he led abroad thy unhappy arms of Rome. Cunning Vigento next, and by his side bloody Catullus, leaning on his guide, decrepit, yet a furious lover he, and deeply smit with charms he could not see. A monster, that even this worst age outvies, conspicuous, and above the common size. A blind base flatterer, from some bridge or gate raised to murdering minister of state. Deserving still to beg upon the road, and bless each passing wagon, and its load. None more admired the fish, he in its praise with zeal his voice, with zeal his hands did raise, but to the left all his fine things did say, whilst on his right the unseen turbue lay. So he the famed Cilician fencer praised, and at each hit with wonder seemed amazed. So did the scenes and stage machines admire, and boys that flew through canvas clouds in wire. Nor came Vigento short, but as inspired by thee, Bellona, by thy fury fired, turns prophet, see, the mighty omen, see, he cries, of some illustrious victory. Some captive king, thee his new lord shall own. Or from his British chariot headlong thrown the proud Arviragus came tumbling down. The monsters foreign. Mark the pointed spears that from thy hand on his pierced back he wears. Who nobler could, or plainer things presage? Yet one thing scaped him, the prophetic rage showed not the turbue's country, not its age. At length by Caesar the grand questions put, my lords, your judgment, shall the fish be cut? Far be it, far from us. Montanus cries, let's not dishonor thus the noble prize. A pot of finest earth, thin, deep, and wide some skilful quick Prometheus must provide. Clay and the forming wheel prepare with speed. But, Caesar, be it from henceforth decreed, that potters on the royal progress wait to assist in these emergencies of state. This counsel pleased, nor could it fail to take so fit, so worthy of the man that spake. The old court riots he remembered well, could tales of Nero's midnight suppers tell, when for learn wines the labouring lungs did fire, and to new dainties kindled false desire. In arts of eating none more early trained, none in my time had equal skill attained. He whither Circe's rock his oysters bore, or Lucrine lake, or the Rutupian shore knew at first taste, nay at first sight could tell a crab or lobster's country by its shell. They rise, and straight all with respectful awe, at the word given, obsequiously withdraw, whom full of eager haste, surprise, and fear, our mighty prince had summoned to appear, as if some news he'd of the cotty tell, or that the fierce Sicambrians did rebel, as if expresses from all parts had come with fresh alarms threatening the fate of Rome. What folly this! But oh! that all the rest of his dire reign had thus been spent in jest. And all that time such trifles had employed in which so many nobles he destroyed. He safe, they unrevenged, to the disgrace of the surviving, tame, patrician race. But when he dreadful to the rabble grew, him, who so many lords had slain, they slew. The end of the fourth satyr. The fifth satyr. If hardened by affronts, and still the same, lost to all sense of honor, and of shame, thou yet canst love to haunt the great man's board, and think no supper good but with a lord, if yet thou canst hold out, and suffer more, than lewd Sarmantus, or vile Galba bore, thy solemn oath ought to be set aside, but sure the belly's easily supplied. Suppose, what frugal nature would suffice, suppose that wanting, hunger is not nice. Is no bridge vacant, no convenient seat, where thou mayst cringe, and gnaw thy broken meat, and with a mat, and crutch, and tied up leg, more honestly, and honourably beg. First, if he please to say, sit down, and smile, behold the full reward of all thy toil, all thy old services are largely paid, and thou a proud and happy man art made. See, of thy boasted friendship, see the fruits. And these too he upbraids, and these imputes. If after 2 cold months thy lord think fit, his poor neglected client to admit, and say, sup with me, thou hast thy desire, be thankful, mortal, and no more require. Thus blessed, must Trebius to his levees run, when the stars languish near the rising sun, break off sweet slumbers, drowsy, and undressed, to show his zeal, and to prevent the rest, run to prevent the falling humble train, while slow Boetes drives his frozen wain. Perhaps the generous entertainment may for all the state, and dear attendance pay. For him is kept a liquor more divine, you sponges must be drunk with lees of wine, drunk for your patron's pleasure, and his jest, then raving like a Corybus possessed, thou and the freedmen first begin to jar, from mutual jeers the prelude to the war, thou and thy fellow Parisites engage, and battle with a troop of servants wage, then glasses, and Sagantine pitchers fly, and broken pates discolored napkins die. While happy he, stretched on his couch, supine looks on with scorn, and drinks old generous wine, pressed from the grape, when warlike Rome was free, but kindly, never sends one glass to thee. Perhaps tomorrow he may change his wine, and drink old sparkling Alban, or Cettine, whose title, and whose age, with mould overgrown, the good old cask for ever keeps unknown. Such bold Helvidius drank, and Thrasca crowned with garlands, when the flowing bowls went round on Brutus' birthday, and to raise delight, to please at once the taste, and charm the sight, he in bright amber drinks, or brighter gold, and cups with shining beryls it does hold. Thou art not suffered or to touch or taste, and if thou darst eat, a guard on thee is placed to watch the gems. This may perhaps surprise, but, sir, you'll pardon, they are stones of price. For Varro does, as many do of late, gems from his fingers to his cups translate, which the bold youth, to Dido's love preferred, wore on the scabbard of his shining sword. Thou mayst at distance gaze, and sigh in vain, a cracked black pot's reserved for thee to drain. If his blood boil, and thy adventitious fire raised by high meats, and higher wines, require to temper and allay the burning heat, waters are brought, which by decoction get new coolness, such plain nature does not know, not ice so cool, nor Hyperborean snow. Did I complain but now, and justly too, that the same wine is not allowed to you? Another waters reached you, when you call, from hands of Moorish footmen, lean and tall, the grimmer tendency assigns to affright rather than wait, rogues who would scare by night, if met among the tombs, the ghastly slaves look as if newly started from their graves. Before himself the flower of Asia stands, to watch his looks, and to receive commands. A boy of such a price as had undone old Roman kings, and drained the treasure of a crown. If thou or any of thy tribe want wine, look back, and give thy Ganymedes the sign. The lovely boy, and bought at such a rate, is much too handsome, and too proud to wait on the despised and poor. Will he descend to give a glass to a declining friend? No, his good mien, his youth, and blooming face tempt him to think, that with a better grace himself might sit, and thou supply his place. Behold there yet remains, which must be borne, proud servants more insufferable scorn. With what disdain another gave thee bread. The meanest wretches are with better fed, thy impenetrable crust thy teeth defies, and petrified with age securely lies, hard, mouldy, black, if thou presume to invade, with sacrilegious hands, thy patron's bread, there stands a servant ready to chastise your insolence, and teach you to be wise. Will you, a bold intruder, ever learn to know your basket, and your bread discern? 'Tis just, ye gods. And what I well deserve, why did not I more honorably starve? Did I for this abandon wife and bed? For this, alas! By vain ambition led, through cold Esquiline run so oft, and bear the storms and fury of the vernal air, and then with cloak wet through tend, and dropping hair. See? By the tallest servant born on high, a sturgeon fills the largest dish and eye. With how much pomp he's placed upon the board. With what a tail and breast salutes his lord. With what expense and art, how richly dress. Garnished with sparagus, himself a feast. Thou art to one small dismal dish confined, a crab ill dress, and of the vilest kind. He on his own fish pours the noblest oil, the product of Venetram's happy soil. That to your marsid dying herbs assigned, by the rank smell and taste betrays its kind, by Moors imported, and for lamps alone designed. Well robbed with this when Bocker comes to town, he makes the theatres and baths his own, all round from him, as from thy infected run, the poisonous stink even their own serpents shun. Behold a muller even from Corfu brought, or near the rocks of Taurominium caught. Since our own seas no longer can supply, exhausted by our boundless luxury, the secret deep can no protection give, no Tyrrhene fish is suffered now to live to his just growth. The provinces from far furnish our kitchens, and revenge our war. Baits for the rich, and childless they supply, Aurelia thence must sell, and leaners buy. The largest lamprey which their seas afford is made a sacrifice to Varro's board. When Auster to thy Aeolian caves retires with dropping wings, and murmuring there aspires, rash daring nets, in hope of such a prize, Charybdis, and the treacherous deep despise. An eel for you remains in Tiber bred, with foulest mud, and the rank ordure fed, discharged by common sewers from all the town, no secret passage was to him unknown, in every noisome sink the serpent slept, and through dark vaults oft to Subura crept. One word to Varro now, if he can bear, and 'tis a truth which he's not used to hear, no man expects, for who so much a sot who has the times he lives in so forgot. What Seneca, what Piso used to send, to raise, or to support a sinking friend. Those godlike men, to wanting virtue kind, bounty well placed preferred, and well designed, to all their titles, all that height of power, which turns the brains of fools, and fools alone adore. When your poor client is condemned to attend, 'tis all we ask, receive him like a friend, at least, let him be easy if you can, let him be treated like a free-born man. Descend to this, and then we ask no more, rich to yourself, to all beside be poor. Near him is placed, the liver of a goose, that part alone which luxury would choose, a boar entire, and worthy of the sword of Meleager, smokes upon the board. Next mushrooms, larger when the clouds descend in fruitful showers, and desired thunders rend the vernal air. No more plough up the ground, O Libya, where such mushrooms can be found, Allidius cries, but furnish us with store of mushrooms, and import thy corn no more. Meanwhile thy indignation yet to raise, the carver dancing round each dish surveys, with flying knife, and as his art directs, with proper gestures every fowl dissects, a thing of so great moment to their taste, that one false slip had surely marred the feast. If thou dare murmur, if thou dare complain with freedom, like a Roman gentleman, thought seized immediately by his commands, and dragged, like Cacos, by Herculean hands, out from his presence. When does haughty he descend to take a glass once touched by thee? That wretch were lost, who should presume to think he might be free, who durst say, come, sir, drink, will any freedom here from you be born, whose cloths are threadbare, and whose cloaks are torn? Would any god or godlike man below 400,000 sesterces bestow? How mightily would Trebius be improved, how much a friend to Varro, how beloved? Will Trebius fat of this? What sot attends my brother, who carves to my best of friends? O sesterces, this honour's done to you. You are his friends, and you his brethren too. Wouldst thou become his patron and his lord? Wouldst thou be in thy turn by him adored? No young Aeneas in thy hall must play, nor sweeter daughter lead thy heart astray. Oh how a barren wife does recommend! How dear, how pleasant is a childless friend! But if thy Micale, thy teeming wife pour out 3 boys, the comfort of thy life, he too will in the prattling nest rejoice, farthings and nuts provide, and various toys for the young smiling parasites, the wanton boys. He viler friends with doubtful mushrooms treats, secure for you, himself champignons eats, such Claudius loved, of the same sort and taste, till Agrippina kindly gave the last. To him are ordered, and those happy few whom fate has raised above contempt and you, most fragrant fruits, such in Phaeacian gardens grew, where a perpetual autumn ever smiled, and golden apples loaded branches filled. By such swift Atalanta was betrayed, the vegetable gold soon stopped the flying maid. To you such scabbed harsh fruit is given, as raw young soldiers at their exercisings gnaw, who trembling learn to throw the fatal dart, and under rods of rough centurions smart. Thou takest all this as done to save expense, no. 'Tis on purpose done to give offence. What comedy, what farce can more delight, than grinning hunger, and the pleasing sight of your bilked hopes? No. He's resolved to extort tears from your eyes, 'tis barbarous jest and sport. Thou thinkest thyself companion of the great, art free and happy in thy own conceit. He thinks thought, tempted by thy attractive smell of his warm kitchen, and he judges well. For who so naked, in whose empty veins one single drop of noble blood remains, what free-born man, who, though of mongrel strain, would twice support the scorn, and proud disdain with which those idols you adore, the great, their wretched vassals and dependents treat? O slaves most abject, you still gaping sit, devouring with your eyes each pleasing bit, now sure we parasites at last shall share that boar, and now that wild fowl, or that hare, thus you expecting gaze, with your teeth set, with your bread ready, and your knives well wheat, demure and silent, but, alas! In vain, he mocks your hunger, and derides your pain. If you can bear all this, and think him kind, you well deserve the treatment which you find. At last thou wilt beneath the burthen bow, and, glad, receive the manumitting blow on thy shaved slavish head, meanwhile attend, worthy of such a treat, and such a friend. The end of the 5th Satyr. The 6th Satyr. In Saturn's reign, at nature's early birth, there was that thing called chastity on earth, when in a narrow cave, their common shade, the sheep the shepherds and their gods were laid, when reeds and leaves, and hides of beasts were spread by mountain housewives for their homely bed, and mossy pillows raised, for the rude husband's head. Unlike the niceness of our modern dames, affected nymphs with new affected names, the Cynthias and the Lesbias of our years, who for a sparrow's death dissolve in tears. Those first unpolished matrons, big, and bold, gave suck to infants of gigantic mould, rough as their savage lords who ranged the wood, and fat with acorns belched their windy food. For when the world was buxom, fresh and young, her sons were undebauched, and therefore strong, and whether born in kindly beds of earth, or struggling from the teeming oaks to birth, or from what other atoms they begun, no sires they had, or if a sire the sun. Some thin remains of chastity appeared even under Jove, but Jove without a beard, before the servile Greeks had learnt to swear by heads of kings, while yet the bounteous year her common fruits in open plains exposed, ever thieves were feared, or gardens were enclosed. At length uneasy justice upwards flew, and both the sisters to the stars withdrew, from that old era whoring did begin, so venerably ancient is the sin. Adulterers next invade the nuptial state, and marriage beds creaked with a foreign weight, all other ills did iron times adorn, but whores and silver in one age were born. Yet thou, they say, for marriage doest provide, is this an age to buckle with a bride? They say thy hair the curling art is taught, the wedding ring perhaps already bought, a sober man like thee to change his life. What fury would possess thee with a wife? Art thou of every other death bereft, no knife, no ratsbane, no kind halter left? For every noose compared to hers is cheap, is there no city bridge from whence to leap? Wouldst thou become her drudge, who dost enjoy a better sort of bedfellow, lie boy? He keeps thee not awake with nightly brawls, nor with abridged reward, thy pleasure palls, nor with insatiate heavings calls for more, when all thy spirits were drained out before. But still Sidious courts the marriage bait, longs for a son, to settle his estate, and takes no gifts, though every gaping heir would gladly grease the rich old bachelor. What revolution can appear so strange, as such a lecher, such a life to change? A rank, notorious whoremaster, to choose to thrust his neck into the marriage noose. He who so often in a dreadful fright had in a cough escaped the jealous cuckold's sight, that he, to wedlock dotingly betrayed, should hope, in this lewd town, to find a maid. The man's grown mad, to ease his frantic pain, run for the surgeon, breathe the middle vein, but let a heifer with gilt horns be led to Juno, regent of the marriage bed, and let him every deity adore, if his new bride prove not an arrant whore, in head, and tail, and every other paw. On Seer's feast, restrained from their delight, few matrons, there, but curse the tedious night, few whom their fathers dare salute, such lust their kisses have, and come with such a gust. With ivy now adorn thy doors, and wed, such is thy bride, and such thy genial bed. Thinkest thou one man is for one woman meant? She, sooner, with one I would be content, and yet, 'tis noised, a maid did once appear in some small village, though fame says not where, 'tis possible, but sure no man she found, 'twas desart, all, about her father's ground, and yet some lustful god might there make bold, our Jove and Mars grown impotent and old. Many a fair nymph has in a cave been spread, and much good love, without a feather bed. Whither wouldest thou to choose a wife resort? The park, the mall, the playhouse, or the court? Which way soever thy adventures fall, secure alike of chastity in all. One sees a dancing master capering high, and raves and pisses, with pure ecstasy, another does, with all his motions, move, and gapes, and grins as in the feat of love, a third is charmed with the new opera notes, admires the song, but on the singer dotes, the country lady in the box appears, softly she warbles over all she hears, and sucks in passion, both at eyes and ears. The rest, when now the long vacations come, the noisy hall and theatres grown dumb, their memories to refresh, and cheer their hearts, in borrowed breeches act at the players' parts. The poor, that scarce have wherewithal to eat, will pinch, to make the singing boy a treat. The rich, to buy him, will refuse no price, and stretch his quail pipe, till they crack his voice. Tragedians, acting love, for lust are sought, though but the parrots of a poet's thought, the pleading lawyer, though for counsel used, in chamber practice often is refused. Still thou wilt have a wife, and father heirs, the product of concurring theatres, perhaps a fencer did thy brows adorn, and a young sword-man to thy lands is born. Thus Hippia loathed her old patrician lord, and left him for a brother of the sword, to wandering Pharos with her love she fled, to show one monster more than Africa bred, forgetting house and husband, left behind, even children too, she sails before the wind, false to 'em all, but constant to her kind. But, stranger yet, and harder to conceive, she could the playhouse and the players leave. Born of rich parentage, and nicely bred, she lodged on down, and in a damask bed, yet, daring now the dangers of the deep, on a hard mattress is content to sleep. Ever this, 'tis true, she did her fame expose, but that, great ladies with great ease can lose. The tender nymph could the rude ocean bear, so much her lust was stronger than her fear. But, had some honest cause her passage pressed, the smallest hardship had disturbed her breast, each inconvenience makes their virtue cold, but womankind, in ills, is ever bold. Were she to follow her own lord to sea, what doubts and scruples would she raise to stay? Her stomach sick, and her head giddy grows, the tar and pitch are nauseous to her nose. But in love's voyage nothing can offend, women are never seasick with a friend. Amidst the crew, she walks upon the board, she eats, she drinks, she handles every chord, and, if she spews, 'tis thinking of her lord. Now ask, for whom her friends and fame she lost? What youth, What beauty could thy adulterer boast? What was the face, for which she could sustain to be called mistress to so base a man? The gallant of his days had known the best, deep scars were seen indented on his breast, and all his battered limbs required their needful rest. A promontory when, with grisly grace, stood high, upon the handle of his face, his blear eyes ran in gutters to his chin, his beard was stubble, and his cheeks were thin, but 'twas his fencing did her fancy move, 'tis arms and blood and cruelty they love. But should he quit his trade, and sheath his sword, her lover would begin to be her lord. This was a private crime, but you shall hear what fruits the sacred brows of monarchs bear. The good old sluggard but began to snore, when from his side uprose thy imperial whore, she who preferred the pleasures of the night to pomps, that are but impotent delight, strode from the palace, with an eager pace, to cope with a more masculine embrace. Muffled she marched, like Juno in a cloud, of all her train but one poor wench allowed, one whom in secret service she could trust, the rival and companion of her lust. To the known brothel house she takes her way, and for a nasty room gives double pay, that room in which the rankest harlot lay. Prepared for fight, expectingly she lies, with heaving breasts, and with desiring eyes, still as one drops, another takes his place, and baffled still succeeds to like disgrace. At length, when friendly darkness is expired, and every strumpet from her cell retired, she lags behind, and lingering at the gate, with a repining sigh, submits to fate, all filth without, and all afire within, tired with the toil, unsated with the sin. Old Caesar's bed the modest matron seeks, the steam of lamps still hanging on her checks, in ropey smut, thus foul, and thus bedight, she brings him back the product of the night. Now should I sing what poisons they provide, with all their trumpery of charms beside, and all their arts of death, it would be known lust is the smallest sin the sex can own. Caesonia, still, they say, is guiltless found of every vice, by her own lord renowned, and well she may, she brought £10,000. She brought him wherewithal to be called chaste, his tongue is tied in golden fetters fast he sighs, adores, and courts her every hour, who wound not do as much for such a dower. She writes love letters to the youth in grace, nay tips the wink before the cuckold's face, and might do more, her portion makes it good, wealth has the privilege of widowhood. These truths with his example you disprove, who with his wife is monstrously in love, but know him better, for I heard him swear, 'tis not that she's his wife, but that she's fair. Let her but have 3 wrinkles in her face, let her eyes lessen, and her skin unbrace, soon you will hear the saucy steward say, pack up with all your trinkets, and away, you grow offensive both at bed and board, your betters must be had to please my lord. Meantime she's absolute upon the throne, and knowing time is precious, loses none, she must have flocks of sheep, with wool more fine than silk, and vineyards of the noblest wine, whole droves of pages for her train she craves, and sweeps the prisons for attending slaves. In short, whatever in her eyes can come, or others have abroad, she wants at home. When winter shuts the seas, and fleecy snows make houses white, she to the merchant goes, rich crystals of the rock she takes up there, huge agate vases, and old china ware, then Berenice's ring her finger proves, more precious made by her incestuous loves, and infamously dear, a brother's bribe, even God's anointed, and of Judah's tribe, where barefoot they approach the sacred shrine, and think it only sin, to feed on swine. But is none worthy to be made a wife in all this town. Suppose her free from strife, rich, fair, and fruitful, of unblemished life, chaste as the Sabines, whose prevailing charms dismissed their husbands, and their brothers' arms. Grant her, besides of noble blood, that ran in ancient veins, ever heraldry began, suppose all these, and take a poet's word, a black swan is not half so rare a bird. A wife, so hung with virtues, such a freight, what mortal shoulders could support the weight? Some country girl, scarce to a curtsy bred, would I much rather than Cornelia wed, if supercilious, haughty, proud, and vain, she brought her father's triumphs in her train. Away with all your Carthaginian state, let vanquished Hannibal without doors wait, too burly and too big to pass my narrow gate. O Paean, cries Amphion, bend thy bow against my wife, and let my children go. But sullen Paean shoots at sons and mothers too. His Niobe and all his boys he lost, even her who did her numerous offspring boast, as fair and fruitful as the sow that carried the 30 pigs at one large litter farrowed. What beauty or what chastity can bear so great a price, if stately and severe she still insults, and you must still adore? Grant that the honky's much, the gall is more. Upbraided with the virtues she displays, 7 hours in 12, you loathe the wife you praise. Some faults, though small, intolerable grow, for what so nauseous and affected too, as those that think they due perfection want, who have not learnt to lisp the Grecian cant. In Greece, their whole accomplishments they seek, their fashion, breeding, language, must be Greek, but raw in all that does to Rome belong, they scorn to cultivate their mother tongue. In Greek they flatter, all their fears they speak, tell all their secrets, nay, they scold in Greek, even in the feet of love, they use that tongue. Such affectations may become the young, but thou, old hag, of 80 years and 3, is showing of thy parts in Greek for thee. Greek. All those tender words the momentary trembling bliss affords, the kind soft murmurs of the private sheets, are bawdy, while thou speakest in public streets. Those words have fingers, and their force is such, they raise the dead, and mount him with a touch. But all provocatives from thee are vain, no blandishment the slackened nerve can strain. If then thy lawful spouse thou canst not love, what reason should thy mind to marriage move? Why all the charges of the nuptial feast, wine and deserts and sweetmeats to digest? Thy endowing gold that buys the dear delight, given for thy first and only happy night. If thou art thus uxoriously inclined, to bear thy bondage with a willing mind, prepare thy neck, and put it in the yoke, but for no mercy from thy woman look. For though, perhaps, she loves with equal fires, to absolute dominion she aspires, joys in the spoils, and triumphs o'er thy purse, the better husband makes the wife the worse. Nothing is thine to give, or sell, or buy, all offices of ancient friendship die, nor hast thou leave to make a legacy. By thy imperious wife thou art bereft a privilege, to pimps and panders left, thy testament's her will, where she prefers her ruffians, drudges and adulterers, adopting all thy rivals for thy heirs. Go drag that slave to death, your reason, why should the poor innocent be doomed to die? What proofs? For, when man's life is in debate, the judge can never too long deliberate. Callest thou that slave a man? The wife replies, proved, or unproved, the crime, the villain dies. I have the sovereign power to save or kill, and give no other reason but my will. Thus the she-tyrant reigns, till pleased with change, her wild affections to new empires range, another subject husband she desires, divorced from him, she to the first retires, while the last wedding feast is scarcely over, and garlands hang yet green upon the door. So still the reckoning rises, and appears in total sum, 8 husbands in 5 years. The title for a tombstone might be fit, but that it would too commonly be writ. Her mother living, hope no quiet day, she sharpens her, instructs her how to flee her husband bear, and then divides the prey. She takes love letters, with a crafty smile, and, in her daughter's answer, mends the style. In vain the husband sets his watchful spies, she cheats their cunning, or she bribes their eyes. The doctor's called, the daughter, taught the trick, pretends to faint, and in full health is sick. The panting stallion, at the closet door, hears the consult, and wishes it were over. Canst thou, in reason, hope, a board so known should teach her other manners than her own? Her interest is in all thy advice she gives, 'tis on the daughter's rents the mother lives. No cause is tried at the litigious bar, but women plaintiffs or defendants are, they form the process, all the briefs they write, the topics furnish, and the pleas indite, and teach the toothless lawyer how to bite. They turn viragos too, The wrestlers toil they try, and smear their naked limbs with oil, against the post, their wicker shields they crush, flourish the sword, and at the plastron push of every exercise the mannish crew fulfills the parts, and oft excels us too, prepared not only in feigned fights to engage, but rout the gladiators on the stage. What sense of shame in such a breast can lie, inured to arms, and her own sex to fly? Yet to be wholly man she would disclaim, to quit her tenfold pleasure at the game, for frothy praises, and an empty name. Oh, what a decent sight 'tis to behold all thy wife's magazine by auction sold. The belt, the crested plume, the several suits of armor, and the Spanish leather boots. Yet these are they, that cannot bear the heat of figured silks, and under sarcenet sweat. Behold the strutting Amazonian whore, she stands in guard with her right foot before, her coat's tucked up, and all her motions just, she stamps, and then cries, ha at every thrust, but laugh to see her, tired with many a bout, call for the pot, and like a man piss out. The ghosts of ancient Romans, should they rise, would grin to see their daughters play a prize. Besides, what endless brawls by wives are bred, the curtain lecture makes a mournful bed. Then, when she has thee sure within the sheets, her cry begins, and the whole day repeats. Conscious of crimes herself, she teases first, thy servants are accused, thy whore is cursed, she acts the jealous, and at will she cries, for women's tears are but the sweat of eyes. Poor cuckold fool, thou thinkest that love's sincere, and suckest between her lips, the falling tear, but search her cabinet, and thou shalt find each tiller there with love epistles lined. Suppose her taken in a close embrace, this you would think so manifest a case, no rhetoric could defend, no impudence outface, and yet even then she cries the marriage vow a mental reservation must allow, and there's a silent bargain still implied, the parties should be pleased on either side, and both may for their private needs provide. Though men yourselves, and women as you call, yet homo is a common name for all. There's nothing bolder than a woman caught, guilt gives 'em courage to maintain their fault. You ask from whence proceed these monstrous crimes. Once poor, and therefore chaste, in former times, our matrons were, no luxury found room in low-roofed houses, and bare walls of loom, their hands with labour hardened while 'twas light, and frugal sleep supplied the quiet night, while pinched with want, their hunger held 'em straight, when Hannibal was hovering at the gate, but wanton now, and lolling at our ease, we suffer all thy inveterate ills of peace, and wasteful riot, whose destructive charms revenge the vanquished world, of our victorious arms. No crime, no lustful postures are unknown, since poverty, our guardian god, is gone, pride, laziness, and all luxurious arts, pour like a deluge in, from foreign parts, since gold obscene, and silver found the way, strange fashions with strange bullion to convey, and our plain simple manners to betray. What care our drunken dames to whom they spread? Wine no distinction makes of tail or head. Who lewdly dancing at a midnight ball, for hot eringos, and fat oysters call, full brimmers to their fuddled noses thrust, brimmers the last provocatives of lust, when vapours to their swimming brains advance, and double tapers on the tables dance. Now think what bawdy dialogues they have, what Tulia talks to her confiding slave, at modesty's old statue, when by night they make a stand, and from their litters light, the good man early to the levee goes, and treads the nasty paddle of his spouse. The secrets of the goddess named the good, are even by boys and barbers understood, where the rank matrons, dancing to the pipe, gig with their bums, and are for action ripe, with music raised, they spread abroad their hair, and toss their heads like an enamoured mare, Lofella lays her garland by, and proves the mimic lechery of manly loves. Ranked with the lady, the cheap sinner lies, for here not blood, but virtue gives the prize. Nothing is feigned in this venereal strife, 'tis downright lust, and acted to the life. So full, so fierce, so vigorous, and so strong, that, looking on, would make old Esther young. Impatient of delay, a general sound, an universal groan of lust goes round, for then, and only then, the sex sincere is found. Now is the time of action, now begin, they cry, and let the lusty lovers in. The horsemen are asleep, then bring the slaves and watermen, a race of strong-backed knaves. I wish, at least, our sacred rites were free from those pollutions of obscenity, but 'tis well known what singer, how disguised, a lewd audacious action enterprised, into the fair with women mixed, he went, armed with a huge two-handed instrument, a grateful present to those holy choirs, where the mouse guilty of his sex retires, and even male pictures modestly are valid, yet no profaneness on that age prevailed, no scoffers at religious rites were found, though now, at every altar they abound. I hear your cautious counsel, you would say, keep close your women under lock and key, but, who shall keep those keepers? Women, nurse in craft, begin with those, and bribe 'em first. The sex is turned all whore, they love the game, and mistresses, and maids, are both the same. The poor Ogilneer, on the poet's day, will borrow cloths, and chair, to see the play, she, who before had mortgaged her estate, and pawned the last remaining piece of plate. Some are reduced their utmost shifts to try, but women have no shame of poverty. They live beyond their stint, as if their store the more exhausted, wound increase the more. Some men, instructed by the labouring ant, provide against thy extremities of want, but womankind, that never knows a mean, down to the dregs their sinking fortune drain, hourly they give, and spend, and wast, and wear, and think no pleasure can be bought too dear. There are, who in soft eunuchs place their bliss, to shun the scrubbing of a bearded kiss, and scape abortion, but their solid joy is when the page, already past a boy, is capened late, and to the gelder shown with his 2-pounders to perfection grown. When all the navel string could give, appears all but the beard, and that's the barber's loss, not theirs. Seen from afar, and famous for his wear, he struts into the bath, among the fair, thy admiring crew to their devotions fall, and, kneeling, on their new Priapus call. Curve for his lady's use, and with her lies, and let him drudge for her, if thou art wise, rather than trust him with thy favourite boy, he proffers death in proffering to enjoy. If songs they love, the singer's voice they force beyond his compass till his quail pipes hoarse, his lute and lyre with their embraces worn, with knots they trim it, and with gems adorn, run over all the strings, and kiss the case, and make love to it, in the master's place. A certain lady once, of high degree, to Janus vowed, and Vesta's deity, that Pollio might, in singing, win the prize. Pollio the dear, the darling of her eyes, she prayed, and bribed. What could she more have done for a sick husband, or an only son? With her face veiled, and heaving up her hands, the shameless suppliant at the altar stands. The forms of prayer she solemnly pursues, and, pale with fear, the offered entrails views. Answer, ye powers, for, if you heard her vow, your godships, sure, had little else to do. This is not all, for actors they implore, an impudence unknown to heaven before. Thy Aruspex, tired with this religious rout, is forced to stand so long, he gets the gout. But suffer not thy wife abroad to roam, if she loves singing, let her sing at home, not strut in streets, with Amazonian pace, for that's to cuckold thee, before thy face. Their endless itch of news comes next in play, they vent their own, and hear what others say. Know what in Thrace, or what in France is done, thy intrigues betwixt the stepdam and the son. Tell who loves who, what favours some partake, and who is jilted for another's sake. What pregnant widow, in what month was made, how oft she did, and doing, what she said. She, first, beholds the raging comet rise, knows whom it threatens, and what lands destroys. Still for the newest news she lies in wait, and takes reports, just entering at the gate. Wrecks, floods and fires, whatever she can meet, she spreads, and is the fame of every street. This is a grievance, but the next is worse, a very judgment, and her neighbours curse, for, if their barking dog disturb her ease, no prayer can bind her, no excuse appease. Thy unmannered malefactor is arraigned, but first the master, who the cur maintained, must feel the scourge. By night she leaves her bed, by night her bathing equipage is led, that marching armies a less noise create, she moves in tumult, and she sweats in state. Meanwhile, her guests their appetites must keep, some gape for hunger, and some gasp for sleep. At length she comes, all flushed, but ever she sup, swallows a swinging preparation cup, and then, to clear her stomach, spews it up. The deluge vomit all the floor overflows, and the sour savour nauseates every nose. She drinks again, again she spews a lake, her wretched husband sees, and dares not speak, but mutters many a curse, against his wife, and damns himself, for choosing such a life. But of all plagues, the greatest is untold, the book-learned wife in Greek and Latin bold. The critic dame, who at her table sits, Homer and Virgil quotes, and weighs their wits, and pities dildo's agonizing fits. She has so far thy ascendant of the board, the prating pedant puts not in one word, the man of law is nonplussed, in his suit, nay every other female tongue is mute. Hammers, and beating anvils, you wounds swear, and Vulcan with his whole militia there. Tabors and trumpets cease, for she alone is able to redeem the laboring moon. Even wit's a burthen, when it talks too long, but she, who has no continence of tongue, should walk in breeches, and should wear a beard, and mix among the philosophic herd. Oh what a midnight curse has he, whose side is pestered with a mood and figure bride. Let mine, ye gods, if such must be my fate, no logic learn, nor history translate, but rather be a quiet, humble fool. I hate a wife, to whom I go to school, who climbs the grammar tree, distinctly knows where noun, and verb, and participle grows, corrects her country neighbor, and, a bed, for breaking prisons, breaks her husband's head. The gaudy gossip, when she's set agog, in jewels dressed, and at each ear a bob, goes flaunting out, and, in her trim of pride, thinks all she says or does, is justified. When poor, she's scarce a tolerable evil, but rich, and fine, a wife's a very devil. She duly, once a month, renews her face, meantime, it lies in daub, and hid in grease, those are the husband's nights, she craves her due, he takes fat kisses, and is stuck in glue. But, to the loved adulterer when she steers, fresh from the bath, in brightness she appears, for him the rich Arabia sweats her gum, and precious oils from distant Indies come, how haggardly soever she looks at home. Thy eclipse then vanishes, and all her face is opened, and restored to every grace, the crust removed, her cheeks as smooth as silk, are polished with a wash of ass's milk, and, should she to the farthest north be sent, a train of these attend her banishment. But, hadst thou seen her plastered up before, 'twas so unlike a face, it seemed a sore. 'Tis worth our while to know what all the day they do, and how they pass their time away, for, if overnight the husband has been slack, or counterfeited sleep, and turned his back, next day, be sure, the servants go to rack. The chambermaid and dresser, are called whores, the page is stripped, and beaten out of doors, the whole house suffers for the master's crime, and he himself is warned to wake another time. She hires tormentors, by the year, she treats her visitors, and talks, but still she beats while she paints her face, surveys her gown, casts up the day's account, and still beats on, tired out, at length, with an outrageous tone, she bids them, in the devil's name, be gone. Compared with such a proud, insulting dame, Sicilian tyrants may renounce their name. For, if she hastes abroad to take the air, or goes to Isis church, the bawdy house of prayer, she hurries all her handmaids to the task, her head, alone, will 20 dressers ask. Seekers, the chief, with breast and shoulders bare, trembling, considers every sacred hair, if any straggler from his rank be found, a pinch must, for the mortal sin, compound. Seekers is not in fault, but, in the glass, the dame's offended at her own ill face. That maid is banished, and another girl more dexterous, manages the comb, and curl, the rest are summoned, on a point so nice, and first, the grave old woman gives advice. The next is called, and so the turn goes round, as each for age, or wisdom, is renowned, such counsel, such deliberate care they take, as if her life and honour lay at stake, with curls on curls, they build her head before and mount it with a formidable tower. A giantess she seems, but, look behind, and then she dwindles to the pygmy kind. Duck-legged, short-waisted, such a dwarf she is, that she must rise on tiptoes for a kiss. Meanwhile, her husband's whole estate is spent, he may go bare, while she receives his rent. She minds him not, she lives not as a wife, but like a bawling neighbour, full of strife, near him, in this alone, that she extends her hate to all his servants and his friends. Pollona's priests, an eunuch at their head, about the streets a mad procession lead, the venerable gelding, large, and high, overlooks the herd of his inferior fry. His awkward clergymen about him prance, and beat the timbrels to their mystic dance. Guiltless of testicles, they tear their throats, and squeak, in treble, their unmanly notes. Meanwhile, his cheeks the mitred prophet swells, and dire presages of the year foretells unless with eggs, his priestly hire, they hast to expiate, and avert thy autumnal blast. And add beside a murrey-coloured vest, which, in their places, may receive the pest, and, thrown into the flood, their crimes may bear, to purge thy unlucky omens of the year. Thy astonished matrons pay, before the rest, that sex is still obnoxious to the priest. Through you they beat, and plunge into the stream, if so the god has warned 'em in a dream. Weak in their limbs, but in devotion strong, on their bare hands and feet they crawl along a whole field's length, the laughter of the throng. Should Io's priest I mean, command a pilgrimage to Mero's burning sand, through deserts they would seek the secret spring, and holy water, for lustration, bring. How can they pay their priests too much respect, who trade with heaven, and earthly gains neglect? With him, domestic gods discourse by night, by day, attended by his choir in white, the bald pate tribe runs madding through the street, and smile to see with how much ease they cheat. The ghostly sire forgives the wife's delights, who sins, through frailty, on forbidden nights, and tempts her husband in the holy time, when carnal pleasure is a mortal crime. The sweating image shakes its head, but he with mumbled prayers atones the deity. The pious priesthood the fat goose receive, and they once bribed the Godhead must forgive. No sooner these remove, but full of fear, a gypsy Jewess whispers in your ear, and begs an alms, an high priest's daughter she, versed in their Talmud, and divinity, and prophesies beneath a shady tree. Her goods a basket, and old hay her bed, she strolls, and, telling fortunes, gains her bread, farthings and some small moneys, are her fees, yet she interprets all your dreams for these. Foretells thy estate, when the rich uncle dies, and sees a sweetheart in the sacrifice. Such toys, a pigeon's entrails can disclose, which yet thy Armenian augur far outgoes, in dogs, a victim more obscene, he rakes, and murdered infants, for inspection, takes, for gain, his impious practice he pursues, for gain, will his accomplices accuse? More credit, yet, is to Chaldeans given, what they foretell, is deemed the voice of heaven. Their answers, as from Hammon's altar, come, since now the Delphian oracles are dumb. And mankind, ignorant of future fate, believes what fond astrologers relate. Of these the most in vogue is he, who sent beyond seas, is returned from banishment, his art who to aspiring Otho sold, and sure succession to the crown foretold. For his esteem is in his exile placed, the more believed, the more he was disgraced. No astrologic wizard honour gains, who has not oft been banished, or in chains. He gets renown, who, to the halter near, but narrowly escapes, and buys it dear. From him your wife inquires the planet's will, when the black jaundice shall her mother kill, her sisters and her uncles end, wound no, but, first, consults his art, when you shall go. And, what's the greatest gift that heaven can give, if, after her, thy adulterer shall live? She neither knows nor cares to know the rest, if Mars and Saturn shall the world infest, or Jove and Venus with their friendly rays, will interpose, and bring us better days. Beware the woman, too, and shun her sight, who in these studies does herself delight. By whom a greasy almanac is born, with often handling, like chaffed amber, worn, not now consulting, but consulted, she of the 12 houses, and their lords, is free. She, if the scheme a fatal journey show, stays safe at home, but lets her husband go. If but a mile she travel out of town, the planetary hour must first be known, and lucky moment, if her eye but aches or itches, its decumbiture she takes. No nourishment receives in her disease, but what the stars and Ptolemy shall please. The middle sort, who have not much to spare, to chiromancer's cheaper art repair, who clap the pretty palm, to make the lines more fair. But the rich matron, who has more to give, her answers from the Brahman will receive, skilled in the globe and sphere, he gravely stands, and, with his compass, measures seas and lands. The poorest of the sex have still an age to know their fortunes, equal to the rich. The dairymaid inquires, if she shall take the trusty tailor, and the cook forsake. Yet these, though poor, the pain of childbed bear, and, without nurses, their own infants rear. You seldom hear of the rich mantle spread for the babe born in the great lady's bed. Such is the power of herbs, such arts they use to make them barren, or their fruit to lose. But thou, whatever slops she will have bought, be thankful, and supply the deadly draught, help her to make manslaughter, let her bleed, and never want for savin at her need. For, if she holds till her 9 months be run, thou mayst be father to an Ethiop's son. A boy, who ready gotten to thy hands, by law is to inherit all thy lands, one of that hue, that should he cross the way, his omen would discolour all the day. I pass the foundling by, a race unknown, at doors exposed, whom matrons make their own, and into noble families advance a nameless issue, the blind work of chance. Indulgent fortune does her care employ, and, smiling, broods upon the naked boy, her garment spreads, and laps him in the fold, and covers, with her wings, from nightly cold, gives him her blessing, puts him in a way, sets up the farce, and laughs at her own play. Him she promotes, she favours him alone, and makes provision for him, as her own. The craving wife the force of magic tries, and philters for thy unable husband buys. The potion works not on the part designed, but turns his brain, and stupefies his mind. The sotted moon calf gapes, and staring on, sees his own business by another done, a long oblivion, a benumbing frost, constrains his head, and yesterday is lost. Some nimbler juice would make him foam, and rave, like that Caesonia to her keys gave, who, plucking from the forehead of the foal his mother's love, infused it in the bowl, the boiling blood ran hissing in his veins, till the mad vapour mounted to his brains. The thunderer was not half so much on fire, when Juno's girdle kindled his desire. What woman will not use the poisoning trade, when Caesar's wife the precedent has made? Let Agrippina's mushroom be forgot, given to a slavering, old, unusual sot, that only closed the drivelling dotard's eyes, and sent his godhead downward to the skies. But this fierce potion calls for fire and sword, nor spares the commons, when it strikes the Lord. So many mischiefs were in one combined, so much one single poisoner cost mankind. If stepdames seek their sons-in-law to kill, 'tis venial trespass, let them have their will, but let the child, entrusted to the care of his own mother, of her bread beware, beware the food she reaches with her hand, the morsel is intended for thy land. Thy tutor be thy taster, ever thou eat, there's poison in thy drink, and in thy meat. You think this feigned, the satyr in a rage struts in the buskins of the tragic stage, forgets his business is to laugh and bite, and will, of deaths, and dire revenges write. Would it were all of fable, that you read, but Dryman's wife pleads guilty to the deed. Aye, she confesses, and the fact was caught, 2 sons dispatching, at one deadly draught. What 2 sons, thou viper, in one day? Yes, 7, she cries, if 7 were in my way. Medea's legend is no more a lie, our age adds credit to antiquity. Great ills we grant, in former times did reign, and murders then were done, but not for gain. Less admiration to great crimes is due, which they through wrath, or through revenge pursue. For, weak of reason, impotent of will, the sex is hurried headlong into ill, and, like a cliff from its foundations torn, by raging earthquakes, into seas is borne. But those are fiends, who crimes from thought begin, and, cool in mischief, meditate the sin. They read thy example of a pious wife, redeeming, with her own, her husband's life, yet, if the laws did that exchange afford, would save their lapdog sooner than their lord. Wherever you walk, the Belides you meet, and Clytemnestras grow in every street, but here's the difference, Agamemnon's wife was a gross butcher, with a bloody knife, but Mirtha, now, is to perfection grown, and subtle poisons are employed alone, unless some antidote prevents their arts, and lines with balsam all the noble parts, in such a case, reserved for such a need, rather than fail, the dagger does the deed. The end of the 6th Satyr. The 7th Satyr. On Caesar all our studies must depend, for Caesar is alone the Muse's friend, when now the celebrated wits, for need hire banios, to the crier's trade succeed, or get their own, by baking others' bread, or by the porter's lodge with beggars wait, for greasy fragments at the great man's gate. 'Tis better, so, if thy poetic fob refuse to pay an ordinary's club, and much more honest, to be hired, and stand with auctionery hammer in thy hand, provoking to give more, and knocking thrice for the sold household stuff, or pictures' price, exposing play books, full of fustian lines, or the dull libraries of dead divines. Even this is better, though 'tis hardly got, than be a perjured witness of a plot, to swear he saw 3 inches through a door, as Asiatic evidences swore, who hither coming, out at heels and knees, for this had pensions, titles, and degrees. Henceforward let no poet fear to starve, Caesar will give, if we can but deserve. Tune all your lyres, the monarch's praise invites the labouring muse, and vast reward excites. But if from other hands than his, you think to find supply, 'tis loss of pen and ink, let flames on your unlucky papers prey, or moths through written pages eat their way, your wars, your loves, your praises be forgot, and make of all an universal blot. The Muse's ground is barren desert all, if no support from Caesar's bounty fall, the rest is empty praise, an ivy crown, or the lean statue of a starved renown. For now the cunning patron never pays, but thinks he gives enough in giving praise, extols the poem, and the poet's vain, as boys admire the peacock's gaudy train. Meanwhile thy manhood, fit for toils and wars, patient of seas, and storms, and household cares, ebbs out apace, and all thy strength impairs. Old age, with silent pace, comes creeping on, nauseates the praise, which in her youth she won, and hates the muse by which she was undone. The tricks of thy base patron now behold, to spare his purse, and save his darling gold, in his own coin the starving wit he treats, himself makes verses, which himself repeats, and yields to Homer, on no other score than that he lived 1,000 years before. But if, to fame alone, thou dost pretend, the miser will his empty palace lend, set wide his doors, adorned with plated brass, where droves, as at a city gate may pass, a spacious hall for thee to rehearse, and send his clients to applaud thy verse, but not 1 farthing to defray the costs of carpenters, the pulpit, and the posts. House room that costs him nothing, he bestows, yet still we scribble on, though still we lose, we drudge and cultivate with care, a ground where no return of gain was ever found. The charms of poetry our souls bewitch, the curse of writing is an endless itch. But he whose noble genius is allowed, who with stretched pinions soars above the crowd, who mighty thought can clothe with manly dress, he, whom I fancy, but can never express, such a wit, though rarely to be found, must be secure from want, if not abound. Nice is his make, impatient of the war, avoiding business, and abhorring care, he must have groves, and lonely fountains choose, and easy solitudes to bait his muse, unvexed with thought of wants, which may betide, or for tomorrow's dinner to provide. Horace never wrote but with a rosy cheek, his belly pampered, and his sides were sleek. A wit should have no care, or this alone, to make his rising numbers justly run. Phoebus and Bacchus, those two jolly gods, bear no starved poets to their blessed abodes. 'Tis not for hungry wit, with wants controlled, the face of Jove in council to behold, or fierce Alecto, when her brand she tossed, betwixt the Trojan and Rutulian host, if Virgil's suit Minos had not sped, and sent Alexis to the poet's bed, the crested snakes had dropped upon the ground and the loud trumpet languished in the sound. Yet we expect that Lapa's muse should please, as much as did immortal Sophocles, when he his dishes and his cloths has sent to pawn, for payment of a quarter's rent, his patron Numitor will nothing lend, pleads want of money to his wretched friend, yet can large presents to his harlot send, can purchase a tame lion, and can treat the kingly slave with several sorts of meat. It seems, he thinks thy expense is more, to feast the famished poet, than the hungry beast. Lucan, content with praise, may lie at ease in costly grots, and marble palaces, but to poor Bassus what avails a name, to starve on compliments, and empty fame? All Rome is pleased, when Statius will rehearse, and longing crowds expect the promised verse, his lofty numbers with so great a gust they hear, and swallow with such eager lust, but, while the common suffrage crowned his cause, and broke the benches with their loud applause, his muse had starved, had not a piece unread, and by a player bought, supplied her bread. He could dispose of honors, and commands, the power of Rome, was in an actor's hands, the peaceful gown, and military sword, the bounteous player outgave the pinching lord. And wouldst thou, poet, rise before the sun, and to his honor's lazy levee run? Stick to the stage, and leave thy sordid peer, and yet heaven knows, 'tis earned with hardship there. The former age, did one Minos see, one giving lord of happy memory. Then, 'twas worth a writer's pains, to pine, look pale, and all December taste no wine. Such is the poet's lot, what luckier fate does on the works of grave historians wait? More time they spend, in greater toils engage, their volumes swell beyond the 1000th page, for thus the laws of history command, and much good paper suffers in their hand. What harvest rises from this labored ground? Where they get pence, a clerk can get a pound. A lazy tribe, just of the poet's pitch, who think themselves above the growing rich. Next show me the well-lunged civilian's gain, who bears in triumph an artillery train of chancery libels, opens first the cause, then with a picklock tongue perverts the laws, talks loud enough in conscience for his fee, takes care his client, all his zeal may see, twitched by the sleeve, he mouths it more and more, till with white froth his gown is slavered over. Ask what he gains by all this lying prat, a captain's plunder, trebles his estate. The magistrate assumes his awful seat, stand forth pale Ajax, and thy speech repeat, assert thy client's freedom, bawl, and tear so loud, thy country judge at least may hear, if not discern, and when thy lungs are sore, hang up the victor's garland at thy door, ask, for what price thy venial tongue was sold, a rusty gammon of some 7 years old, tough withered trifles, ropey wine, a dish of shotten herrings, or stale stinking fish. For 4 times talking, if one piece thou take, that must be cancelled, and the judge go snack. 'Tis true, Emilius takes a 5-fold fee, though some plead better, with more law than he, but then he keeps his coach, 6 Flanders mares draw him in state, whenever he appears, he shows his statue too, where placed on high, the jennet, underneath him, seems to fly, while with a lifted spear, in armor bright, his aiming figure meditates a fight. With arts like these, rich Matho when he speaks, attracts all fees, and little lawyers breaks. Tongilus, very poor, has yet an itch of gaining wealth, by feigning to be rich, baths often, and in state, and proudly vain, sweeps through the streets, with a long dirty train, from thence, with lackeys running by his side, high on the backs of brawny slaves will ride, in a long litter, through the market-place, and with a nod the distant rabble grace, clad in a gown, that glows with Tyrian dye, surveys rich movables with curious eye, beats down the price, and threatens still to buy. Nor can I wonder at such tricks as these, the purple garments raise the lawyer's fees, and sell him dearer to the fool that buys, high pomp, and state, are useful properties. The luxury of Rome will know no end, for still the less we have, the more we spend. Trust eloquence to show our parts, and breeding. Not Tully now could get 10 groats by pleading, unless the diamond glittered on his hand. Wealth's all the rhetoric clients understand, without large equipage, and loud expense, the prince of orators would scarce speak sense. Paulus, who with magnificence did plead, grew rich, while tattered Gallus begged his bread. Who to poor Basileus his cause would trust, though never so full of pity, never so just, his clients unregarded, claim their due, for eloquence in rags was never true. Go wretch, thy pleadings into Africa send, or France, where merit never needs a friend. But oh, what stock of patience wants the fool, who wastes his time and breath in teaching school. To hear the speeches of declaiming boys, deposing tyrants with eternal noise, sitting, or standing, still confined to roar in the same verse, the same rules over and over, what kind the speech, what colours, how to purge objections, state the case, and reasons urge. All would learn these, but at the quarter day, few parents will the pedant's labour pay. Pay, sir, for what? The scholar knows no more at 6 months' end, than what he knew before, taught, or untaught, the dunce is still the same, yet still the wretched master bears the blame. Once every week, poor Hannibal is mauled, the theme is given, and straight the council's called, whether he should to Rome directly go to reap the fruit of the dire overthrow, or into quarters put his harassed men till spring returns, and take the field again. The murdered master cries, would parents hear but half that stuff, which I am bound to bear, for that revenge I'll quit the whole arrear. The same complaints most other pedants make, plead real causes, and the feigned forsake. Medea's poison, Jason's perjury, and Philomelas' rape, are all laid by thy accusing stepdame, and the son accused. But if my friendly counsel might be used, let not the learned, this course or to other try, but, leaving both, profess plain poverty, and show his tally for the dole of bread, with which the parish poor are daily fed, even that exceeds the price of all thy pains. Now look into the music master's gains, where noble youth at vast expense is taught, but eloquence not valued at a groat. On sumptuous baths the rich their wealth bestow, or some expensive airy portico, where safe from showers, they may be born in state, and free from tempests, for fair weather wait, or rather, not expect that the clearing sun, through thick and thin, their equipage must run, or staying, 'tis not for their servants' sake, but that their mules no prejudice may take. At the walk's end, behold, how raised on high, a banquet house salutes the southern sky, where from afar, the winter sun displays the milder influence of his weakened rays. The cook, and sewer, each his talent tries, in various figures scenes of dishes rise, besides, a master cook, with greasy fist, dives in luxurious sauces to the wrist. Amidst this wasteful riot, there accrues but poor 10 shillings for Quintilian's dues, for, to breed up the son to common sense is evermore the parent's least expense. From whence then comes Quintilian's vast estate? Because he was the darling son of fate, and luck, in scorn of merit made him great. Urge not thy example of one single man, as rare as a white crow, or sable swan. Quintilian's fate was to be counted wise, rich, noble, fair, and in the state to rise. Good fortune graced his action, and his tongue, his colds became him, and when hoarse he sung. Oh, there's strange difference, what planets shed their influence, on the newborn infant's head. 'Tis fate that casts the dice, and as she flings, of kings makes pedants, and of pedants kings? What made Ventidius rise, and Tullus great, but their kind stars, and hidden power of fate? Few pedagogues, but curse the barren chair, like him, who hanged himself for mere despair and poverty, or him, whom keys sent for liberty of speech to banishment. Even Socrates in rags at Athens taught, and wanted to defray the deadly draught. In peace, ye shades of our great grandsires rest, no heavy earth your sacred bones molest, eternal spring, and rising flowers adorn the relics of each venerable urn, who pious reverence to their tutors paid, as parents honored, and as gods obeyed. Achilles, grown in stature, feared the rod, and stood corrected at the centaur's nod, his tender years in learning did employ, and promised all the hero in the boy. The scene's much altered in the modern school, the boys of Rufus call their master fool, a just revenge on him, who durst defame the merit of immortal Tully's name. But ask, what fruit Palemon's pains have earned, or who has paid the price of what he learned? Though grammar profits less than rhetoric are, yet even in those his usher claims a share, besides the servant's wages must be paid, thus of a little, still a less is made, as merchants' gains come short, of half the mart, for he who drives their bargains, dribs apart. The covetous father now includes the night, and covenants, thou shalt teach by candlelight, when puffing smiths, and every painful trade of handicrafts in peaceful beds are laid, then, thou art bound to smell on either hand as many stinking lamps, as schoolboys stand, where Horace could not read in his own sullied book, and Virgil's sacred page is all besmeared with smoke, but when thou dunnest their parents, seldom they without a suit before the tribune, pay, and yet hard laws upon the master lay. Be sure he knows exactly grammar rules, and all the best historians read in schools, all authors, every poet to an hair, that, asked the question, he may scarce despair, to tell, who nursed Anchises, or to name Anchima's stepmother, and whence she came, how long Acestes lived, what stores of wine he gave to the departing Trojan line. Bid him besides, his daily pains employ to form the tender manners of the boy, and work him, like a waxen babe, with art to perfect symmetry, in every part, to be his better parent, to beware no young obscenities his strength impair, no mutual filth, to mark his hands and eyes, distorted with unnatural ecstasies, this be thy task, and yet for all thy pains at the year's end, expect no greater gains, than what a fencer at a prize, obtains. The end of the 7th Satyr. The 8th Satyr. What's the advantage, or the real good, in tracing from the source our ancient blood? To have our ancestors in paint or stone preserved as repeats, or, like monsters, shown. The brave Aemilii, as in triumph placed, the virtuous Curii, half by time defaced, Corvinus, with a mouldering nose, that bears injurious scars, the sad effects of years, and Galba grinning without nose or ears. Vain are their hopes, who fancy to inherit by trees of pedigrees, of fame, or merit, though plodding heralds through each branch may trace old captains and dictators of their race, while their ill lives that family belie, and grieve the brass which stands dishonored by. 'Tis mere burlesque, that to our generals' praise, their progeny immortal statues raise, yet, far from that old gallantry, delight to game before their images all night, and steal to bed at the approach of day, the hour when these their ensigns did display. Why should soft Ebius impudently bear names gained by conquests in the Gallic war? Why lays he claim to Hercules his strain, yet dares be base, effeminate, and vain? The glorious altar to that hero built, adds but a greater lustre to his guilt, whose tender limbs, and polished skin, disgrace the grisly beauty of his manly race, and who by practicing the dismal skill of poisoning, and such treacherous ways to kill, makes his unhappy kindred marble sweat, when his degenerate head by theirs is set. Long galleries of ancestors, and all those follies which ill grace a country hall, challenge no wonder or esteem from me, virtue alone is true nobility. Live therefore well, to men and gods appear, such as good Paulus, Cossus, Drusus were, and in thy consular triumphal show, let these before thy father's statues go, place 'em before the ensigns of the state, as choosing rather to be good than great. Convince the world that you're devout and true, be just in all you say, and all you do, whatever be your birth, you're sure to be a peer of the first magnitude to me. Rome for your sake shall push her conquests on, and bring new titles home from nations won, to dignify so eminent a son. With your blessed name shall every region sound, loud as mad Egypt, when her priests have found a new Osiris, for the ox they drowned. But who will call those noble, who deface, by meaner acts, the glories of their race, whose only title to their father's fame is couched in the dead letters of their name? A dwarf as well may for a giant pass, a negro for a swan, a crook-backed lass be called Europa, and a cur may bear the name of tiger, lion, or whatever denotes the noblest or the fiercest beast. Be therefore careful, lest the world in jest should thee just so with the mock titles greet, of Camerinus, or of conquered Crete. To whom is this advice and censure due? Rubilius Plancus, 'tis applied to you, who think your person second to divine, because descended from the Drusian line, thought yet you no illustrious act have done to make the world distinguish Julia's son from the vile offspring of a trull, who sits by the town wall, and for her living knits. You are poor rogues, you cry, the baser scum and inconsiderable dregs of Rome, who know not from what corner of the earth the obscure wretch, who got you, stole his birth. Mine, I derive from sea crops. May your grace live, and enjoy the splendor of your race. Yet of these base plebeians we have known some, who, by charming eloquence, have grown great senators, and honors to that gown. Some at the bar with subtlety defend the cause of an unlearned noble friend, or on the bench the knotty laws untie. Others their stronger youth to arms apply, go to Euphrates, or those forces join which garrison the conquests near the Rhine. While you, Rubilius, on your birth rely, though you resemble your great family no more, than those rough statues on the road which we call Mercury's, are like that god, your blockhead though excels in this alone, you are a living statue, that of stone. Great son of Troy, who ever praised a beast for being of a race above the rest, but rather meant his courage, and his force. To give an instance, we commend an horse without regard of pasture, or of breed, for his undaunted mettle and his speed, who wins most plates with greatest ease, and first prints with his hoofs his conquest on the dust. But if fleet dragon's progeny at last proves jaded, and in frequent matches cast, no favour for the stallion we retain, and no respect for the degenerate strain, the worthless brute is from Newmarket brought, and at an under rate in Smithfield bought, to turn a mill, or drag a loaded life beneath two panniers, and a baker's wife. That we may therefore you, not yours, admire, first, sir, some honour of your own acquire, add to that stock which justly we bestow on those blessed shades to whom you all things owe. This may suffice the haughty youth to shame, whose swelling veins, if we may credit fame, burst almost with the vanity and pride, that their rich flood to Nero's is allied. The rumour's likely, for we seldom find much sense with an exalted fortune joined. But, Ponticus, I would not you should raise your credit by hereditary praise, let your own acts immortalize your name, 'tis poor relying on another's fame, for, take the pillars but away, and all the superstructure must in ruins fall, as a vine droops, when by divorce removed from the embraces of the elm she loved. Be a good soldier, or upright trustee, an arbitrator from corruption free, and if a witness in a doubtful cause, where a bribed judge means to elude the laws, though Phalaris his brazen bull were there, and he would dictate what he'd have you swear, be not so profligate, but rather choose to guard your honour, and your life to lose, rather than let your virtue be betrayed, virtue, the noble cause for which you're made. Improperly we measure life by breath, such do not truly live who merit death, though they their wanton senses nicely please with all the charms of luxury and ease, though mingled flowers adorn their careless brow, and round and costly sweets neglected flow, as if they in their funeral state were laid, and to the world, as they're to virtue, dead. When you the province you expect, obtain, from passion and from avarice refrain, let our associates' poverty provoke thy generous heart not to increase their yoke, since riches cannot rescue from the grave, which claims alike the monarch and the slave to what the laws enjoin, submission pay, and what the Senate shall command, obey, think what rewards upon the good attend, and how those fall unpitied who offend, tutor and capito may warnings be. Who felt the thunder of the state's decree for robbing the Cilicians, though they like lesser pikes, only subsist on prey. But what avails the rigor of their doom, which cannot future violence overcome, nor give the miserable province ease, since what one plunderer left, the next will seize? Cherepus then, in time yourself bethink, and what your rags will yield by auction, sink, never put yourself to charges to complain of wrongs which heretofore you did sustain, make not a voyage to detect the theft, 'tis mad to lavish what their rapine lest. When Rome at first our rich allies subdued, from gentle taxes noble spoils accrued, each wealthy province, but in part oppressed, thought the loss trivial, and enjoyed the rest. All treasuries did then with heaps abound, in every wardrobe costly silks were found, the least apartment of the meanest house could all the wealthy pride of art produce, pictures which from Parrhasius did receive motion and warmth, and statues taught to live, some Polycletes, some Myron's work declared, in others Phidias' masterpiece appeared, and crowding plate did on the cupboard stand, embossed by curious Mentor's artful hand. Prizes like these oppressors might invite, these Dolabella's rapine did excite, these Antony for his own theft thought fit, Verres for these did sacrilege commit, and when their reigns were ended, ships full fraught the hidden fruits of their exaction brought, which made in peace, a treasure richer far, than what is plundered in the rage of war. This was of old, but our confederates now have nothing left but oxen for the plough, or some few mares reserved alone for breed, yet lest this provident design succeed, they drive the father of the herd away, making both stallion, and his pasture, prey. Their rapine is so abject and profane, they nor from trifles, nor from God's refrain, but the poor lares from the niches seize, if they be little images that please. Such are the spoils which now provoke their theft, and are the greatest, nay they're all that's left. Thus may you Corinth, or weak roads oppress, who dare not bravely what they feel, redress, for how can fops thy tyranny control? Smooth limbs are symptoms of a servile soul, but trespass not too far on sturdy Spain, Sclavonia, France, thy gripes from those restrain, who with their sweat Rome's luxury maintain, and send us plenty, while our wanton day is lavished at the circus, or the play. For, should you to extortion be inclined, your cruel guilt will little booty find, since gleaning Marius has already seized all that from sunburnt Africa can be squeezed. But above all, be careful to withhold your talons from the wretched and the bold, tempt not the brave and needy to despair, for, though your violence should leave 'em bare of gold and silver, swords and darts remain, and will revenge the wrongs which they sustain, the plundered still have arms. Think not the precept I have here laid down a fond, uncertain notion of my own, no, 'tis a Sibyl's leaf what I relate, as fixed and sure, as the decrees of fate. Let none but men of honor you attend, choose him that has most virtue for your friend, and give no way to any darling youth to sell your favor, and pervert the truth. Reclaim your wife from strolling up and down, to all assizes, and through every town, with claws like harpies, eager for the prey, for which your justice, and your fame will pay. Keep yourself free from scandals, such as these, then trace your birth from Picus, if you please, if he's too modern, and your pride aspire to seek the author of your being higher, choose any Titan who the gods withstood to be the founder of your ancient blood, Prometheus, and that race before the flood. Or any other story you can find from heralds, or in poets, to your mind. But should you prove ambitious, lustful, vain, or could you see with pleasure and disdain, rods broke on our associates' bleeding backs, and heads men laboring till they blunt their axe, your father's glory will your sin proclaim, and to a clearer light expose your shame, for, still more public scandal vice extends, as he is great and noble who offends. How dare you then your high extraction plead? Yet blush not when you go to forge a deed, in the same temple which your grandsire built, making his statue privy to the guilt. Or in a bawdy masquerade are led muffled by night to some polluted bed. Fat Latrinus does his revels keep where his forefathers' peaceful ashes sleep, driving himself a chariot down the hill, and, though a consul, links himself the wheel. To do him justice, 'tis indeed by night, yet the moon sees, and every smaller light pries as a witness of the shameful sight. Nay, when his year of honours ended, soon he'll leave that nicety, and mount at noon, nor blush should he some grave acquaintance meet, but, proud of being known, will jerk and greet. And when his fellow beasts are weary grown, he'll play the groom, give oats, and rub 'em down. If after Numa's ceremonial way he at Jove's altar would a victim slay, to no clean goddess he directs his prayers, but by Hippona most devoutly swears, or some rank deity whose filthy face we suitably over stinking stables place. When he has run his length, and does begin to steer his course directly for the inn where they have watched, expecting him all night, a greasy Syrian, ever he can alight, presents him essence, while his courteous host, well knowing nothing by good breeding's lost, tags every sentence with some fawning word, such as my king, my prince, at least my lord, and a tight maid, ever he for wine can ask, yes is his meaning, and unoils the flask. Some, friends to vice, industriously defend these innocent diversions, and pretend that I the tricks of youth too roughly blame, alleging that, when young, we did the same. I grant we did. Yet when that age was past, the frolic humour did no longer last, we did not cherish and indulge the crime. What's foul in acting, should be left in time. 'Tis true, some faults of course, with childhood end, we therefore wink at wags when they offend and spare the boy, in hopes the man may mend. But Latrinus, now his vigorous age should prompt him for his country to engage, the circuit of our empire to extend, and all our lives, in Caesar's, to defend, mature in riots, places his delight all day in plying bumpers, and at night reels to the boards, over whose doors are set pictures and bills, with here are whores to let. Should any desperate unexpected fate summon all heads and hands to guard the state, Caesar, send quickly to secure the port, but where's the general? Where does he resort? Send to the sutlers. They are sure to find the bully matched with rascals of his kind, quacks, coffin makers, fugitives and sailors, rooks, common soldiers, hangmen, thieves and tailors, with Sibyl's priests, who, wearied with processions, drink there, and sleep with knaves of all professions. A friendly gang, each equal to the best, and all, who can, have liberty to jest. One flagon walks the round, that none should think they either change, or stint him of his drink, and lest exceptions may for place be found, their stools are all alike, their table round. What think you, Ponticus, yourself might do, should any slave, so lewd, belong to you? No doubt, you'd send the rogue in fetters bound, to work in Bridewell, or to plough your ground, but, nobles, you who trace your birth from Troy, think, you the great prerogative enjoy of doing ill, by virtue of that race, as if what we esteem in cobblers base, would the high family of Brutus grace. Shameful are these examples, yet we find to Rome's disgrace, far worse than these behind, poor Damasippus, whom we once have known fluttering with coach and six about the town, is forced to make the stage his last retreat, and pawns his voice, the all he has, for meat, for now he must, since his estate is lost, or represent, or be himself, a ghost, and Lentulus acts hanging with such art. Were I a judge, he should not feign the part. Nor would I their vile insolence acquit, who can with patience, nay diversion, sit, applauding my lord's buffoonery for wit, and clapping farces, acted by the court, while the peers cuff, to make the rabble's sport, or hirelings, at a prize, their fortunes try, certain to fall unpitied if they die, since none can have the favourable thought that to obey a tyrant's will they fought, but that their lives they willingly expose, bought by the praetors to adorn their shows. Yet say the stage and lists were both in sight, and you must either choose to act, or fight. Death never sure bears such a ghastly shape, that a rank coward basely would escape, by playing a foul harlot's jealous tool, or a feigned Andrew to a real fool. Yet a peer actor is no monstrous thing, since Rome has owned a fiddler for a king, after such pranks, the world itself at best may be imagined nothing but a jest. Go to the lists where feats of arms are shown, there you'll find Gracchus, from patrician, grown a fencer, and the scandal of the town. Nor will he the murmillo's weapons bear, the modest helmet he disdains to wear, as Retiarius he attacks his foe, first waves his trident ready for the throw, next casts his net, but neither levelled right, he stares about, exposed to public sight, then places all his safety in his flight. Room for the noble gladiator. See his coat and hatband show his quality, thus when at last the brave Murmillo knew 'twas Gracchus was the wretch he did pursue, to conquer such a coward grieved him more, than if he many glorious wounds had bore. Had we the freedom to express our mind, there's not a wretch so much to vice inclined, but will own Seneca did far excel his pupil, by whose tyranny he fell, to expiate whose complicated guilt, with some proportion to the blood he spilt, Rome should more serpents, apes, and sacks provide than one, for the compendious parricide. 'Tis true Orestes a like crime did act, yet weigh the cause, there's difference in the fact, he slew his mother at the gods' command, they bid him strike, and did direct his hand to punish falsehood, and appease the ghost of his poor father treacherously lost, just in the minute when the flowing bowl with a full tide enlarged his cheerful soul. Yet killed he not his sister, or his wife, nor aimed at any near relation's life. Orestes in the heat of all his rage, never played, or sung upon a public stage, never on verse did his wild thoughts employ, to paint the horrid scene of burning Troy, like Nero, who to raise his fancy higher, and finish the great work, set Rome on fire. Such crimes make treason just, and might compel Virginius, Vindex, Galba, to rebel, for what could Nero's self have acted worse, to aggravate the wretched nation's curse? These are the blessed endowments, studies, arts, which exercise our mighty emperor's parts, such frolics with his roving genius suit, on foreign theatres to prostitute his voice and honour, for the poor renown of putting all the Grecian actors down, and winning at a wake their parsley crown. Let this triumphal chaplet find some place among the other trophies of thy race, by the Domitii's statues shall be laid the habit and the mask in which you played Antigone's, or bold Thyestes' part, while your wild nature little wanted art, and on the marble pillar shall be hung the lute to which the royal madam sung. Who, Catiline, can boast a nobler line, than thy lewd friend Cethegus his, and thine? Yet you took arms, and did by night conspire to set our houses, and our gods on fire, an enterprise which might indeed become our enemies, the Gauls, not sons of Rome, to recompense whose barbarous intent pitched shirts would be too mild a punishment, but Tully, our wise consul, watched the blow, with care discovered, and disarmed the foe. Tully, the humble mushroom, scarcely known, the lowly native of a country town, who till of late could never reach the height of being honoured as a Roman knight. Throughout the trembling city placed a guard, dealing an equal share to every ward, and by the peaceful rogue got more renown within our walls, than young Octavius won by victories at Actium, or the plain of Thessaly discoloured by the slain. Him therefore Rome in gratitude decreed the father of his country, which he freed. Marius, another consul we admire, in the same village born, first ploughed for hire, his next advance was to the soldier's trade, where, if he did not nimbly ply the spade, his surly officer never failed to crack his knotty cudgel on his tougher back. Yet he alone secured the tottering state, withstood the Cimbrians, and redeemed our fate. So when the eagles to their quarry flew who never such a goodly banquet knew, only a second laurel did adorn his colleague Catulus, though nobly born, he shared the pride of the triumphal bay, but Marius won the glory of the day. From a mean stock the pious Deci came, small their estates, and vulgar was their name, yet such their virtue, that their loss alone for Rome and all our legions did atone, their country's doom, they by their own, retrieved, themselves more worth than all the host they saved. The last good king whom willing Rome obeyed, was the poor offspring of a captive maid, yet he those robes of empire justly bore which Romulus our sacred founder wore, nicely he gained, and well possessed the throne, not for his father's merits but his own, and reigned, himself a family alone. When Tarquin, his proud successor, was quelled, and with him lust and tyranny expelled, the consuls' sons, who for their country's good, and to enhance the honor of their blood, should have asserted what their father won, and, to confirm that liberty, have done actions which Cocles might have wished his own, what might to Mutius wonderful appear, and what bold Clelia might with envy hear, opened the gates, endeavoring to restore their banished king, and arbitrary power. Whilst a poor slave, with scarce a name, betrayed the horrid ills these well-born rogues had laid, who therefore for their treason justly bore the rods and axe, never used in Rome before. If you have strength Achilles' arms to bear, and courage to sustain a 10 years' war, though foul Thersites got thee, thou shalt be more loved by all, and more esteemed by me, than if by chance you from some hero came, in nothing like your father but his name. Boast then your blood, and your long lineage stretch as high as Rome, and its great founders reach, you'll find, in these hereditary tales, your ancestors the scum of broken jails, and Romulus, your honor's ancient source, but a poor shepherd's boy, or something worse. The end of the 8th Satyr. The 9th Satyr. You've. Tell me why, sauntering thus from place to place, I meet thee, Neverless, with a clouded face. What humane ills can urge to this degree? Not vanquished Marcius had a brow like thee, nor Ravola so sneaked and hung his head, catched with that lewd bored Rhodope in bed. Our grand beau Pollio seemed not half so sad when not a drachma could in Rome be had. When treble use he proffered for a friend and tempting bribes did to the scriveners send, yet none he found so much a fool to lend. Hard fate. Untrolled is now the charming Di, the playhouse and the parks unvisited must lie, the beauteous nymph in vain he does adore, and his gilt chariot wheels must rowl no more. But why these frightful wrinkles in thy prime, that show old age so long before the time, at lowest ebb of fortune when you lay contented then, how merry was the day. But oh the curse of wishing to be great, dazzled with hope we cannot see the cheat, where wild ambition in the heart we find, farewell content and quiet of the mind. For glittering clouds we leave the solid shore, and wonted happiness returns no more, till such aspiring thoughts had filled thy breast, no man so pleasant, such a cheerful guest, so brisk, so gay of that engaging air, no mirth was crowned till Neverless was there, the scene's now changed, that frolic genius fled, and gloomy thought seems entered in its stead, thy cloths worn out, not hands nor linen clean, and thy bare skin through the large rents is seen, thy locks uncombed like a ruff would appear, and every part seems suited to thy care. Where now that laboured niceness in thy dress, and all those arts that did the spark express? A look so pale no courtin ever gave, thy dwindled legs seem crawling to a grave, when we are touched with some important ill, how vainly silence would our grief conceal. Sorrow nor joy can be disguised by art, our foreheads blab the secrets of our heart, by which, alas, 'tis evident and plain thy hopes are dashed, and thy endeavours vain, and yet 'tis strange. But lately thou wert known for the most envied stallion of the town. What conscious shrine, what cell by thee unsought, where love's dark pleasures might be sold and bought? From human view you hid these deeds of lust, but gods in brass and marble you could trust, Seers herself not scaped, for where can be from bawds and prostitutes an altar free? Nor didst thou only for the females burn, the husband and the wife succeeded in their turn. Nev. This life I own to some has prosperous been, but I have no such golden minutes seen. Right have you hit the cause of my distress, none has earned more, and been rewarded less, all I can gain is but a threadbare coat, and that with utmost pains and drudging got, some single money too, but that, alas, broken and counterfeit will hardly pass. Whilst others, pampered in their shameless pride, are served in plate, and in their chariots ride, tell me what mortal can his grief contain, that has, like me, such reason to complain. On fate alone man's happiness depends, to parts concealed fate's prying power extends, and if our stars of their kind influence fail, the gifts of nature, what will they avail? The gifts of nature. Curse upon the thought, by that alone I am to ruin brought. Old Varro did the fatal secret hear, but curse on fame that bore it to his ear, what soft address his wooing did begin. What oaths, what promises to draw me in. Scarce could they fail to make a virgin sin. Who would not then swear Neverless had sped, and golden showers were dropping on his head? But oh, this wretch, this prodigy behold! A slave at once to lechery and gold. For in the act of his lewd brutal joy, sirrah, my rogue, he cries, mine own dear boy, my lad, my life, already ask for more. I paid last bout, and you must quit the score. Poor 5 sestertia have been all my gains, and what is that for such detested pains? Was it an ease and pleasure, couldst thou say, where nature's law forbids, to force my way to the digested meals of yesterday? The slave more toiled and harassed will be found, who digs his master's buttocks, than his ground, but sure old Varro thinks himself a boy, whom Jove once more might languish to enjoy, sees not his withered face and grisly hair, but would be thought smooth, charming, soft, and fair, with female pride would have his love besought, and every smile with a rich present bought. Say, goat, for whom this mass of wealth you heap? For whom thy hoarded bags in silence sleep? Apulian farms for the rich soil admired, and thy large fields where falcons may be tired, thy fruitful vineyards on Campanian hills. Though none drinks less, yet none more vessels fills, from such a store 'tis barbarous to grudge a small relief to your exhausted drudge, where well the matter, weren't not fitter much the poor inhabitants of yonder thatch called me their lord, who to extremes am driven, than to some worthless sycophant be given. Yet what smooth sycophant by thee can gain, when lust itself strikes thy flint heart in vain? A beggar? Fie! 'Tis impudence, he cried, and such mean shifting answers still replied, but rent unpaid, says beg till Varro grant, how ill does modesty consist with want. My single boy, like Polyphemus mourns his harsh fate, and weeps for a supply? One will not do, hard labored and hard fed, how then shall hungry two expect their bread? What shall I say, when rough December storms, when frosts, and snow, have cramped their naked arms, what comforts without money can I bring? Will they be satisfied to think on spring? These motives urged to his obdurate mind, is casting water to the adverse wind, but one thing yet, base wretch, I must impart, thyself shalt own, ungrateful as thou art, at your entreaties, had not I obeyed, still your deluded wife had been a maid, down on the bridal bed a maid she lay, a maid she rose, at the approaching day. Another night, thy lumpish love she tried, but still she rose, a virgin, and a bride, what could have touched her more? Away she flung, and every street of thy lost manhood rung. Her speaking eyes were full of thy disgrace, and her vexed thoughts abhorred the cold embrace. Such wrongs, what wishing woman could have borne? In rage, the marriage articles were torn, yet when she vowed to see thy face no more, and heartless, thou stoodest whining at the door, I met the angry fair, all over charms, and catched her flying from thy frozen arms. Much pains it cost to right the injured dame, a whole night's vigor, to repair thy shame. Witness yourself, who heard the laboring bed, and shrieks at the departing maidenhead. Thus many a spouse, who would her choice recant, is kept obedient by a kind gallant. Now, could you shift all this and pass it over? Yet, monster, I have left one instance more. Think, if so well her business I have done, as that knight's service may produce a son, our Roman laws great privilege afford to him that stands a father on record. Thyself, 'tis true, a cuckold thou must own, but that reproach is in my breast alone. To me the pleasure be, to thee the fame, my brat shall thy abilities proclaim, and free thee ever, from inglorious shame. Let circling wreaths adorn thy crowded door, matrons and girls shall hoot at thee no more, but stories to thy lasting credit raise, while fumbling fribbles grudge thy borrowed praise. You've true, nevertheless, most aptly you complain, but though your griefs are just, they are in vain. Your service past, he does with scorn forget, and seeks some other fool, like thee, to cheat. Nev. Beware, my friend, and what I now reveal, as the great secret of thy life conceal, a lustful Parthic, when he turns a foe, he gives like destiny a wardless blow. His crimes are such, they will not bear a jest, and fire, and sword, pursue the conscious breast. For sweet revenge no drugs will be too dear, in lust, a miser, but a spendthrift here. Then slight him not, nor with his scandal sport, but be as mute as was thy Athenian court. You've dull Corydon. Art thou so stupid grown, to think a rich man's faults can be unknown? Has he not slaves about him? Would not they rejoice, and laugh, such secrets to betray? What more effectual to revenge their wrongs, than the unbounded freedom of their tongues? Or grant it possible to silence those, dumb beasts and statues would his crimes expose, try to imprison the resistless wind, so swift is guilt, so hard to be confined, though crafty tears should cast a veil between, yet in the dark, his vices would be seen, and there's a lust in man no charm can tame, of loudly publishing our neighbour's shame. On eagle's wings immortal scandals fly, while virtuous actions are but born, and die. Let us live well, were it alone for this, the baneful tongues of servants to despise. Slander, the worst of poisons, ever finds an easy entrance to ignoble minds, and they whose vicious lives such abject foes must fear, more mean and wretched far than their own slaves appear. Nev. Your counsel's good and useful, 'tis confessed, but, oh, to me 'tis in vain addressed. Let the great man, whom gaping crowds attend, fear a scourged slave, or a dissembling friend. No matter what I do, or what I say, I have no spies about me to betray, and you advise me now my time is lost, and all my hopes of prosperous hours are crossed. My full-blown youth already fades apace. Of our short being, 'tis the shortest space, while melting pleasures in our arms are found, while lovers smile, and while the bowl goes round, while in surprising joys entranced we lie, old age creeps on us, ever we think it nigh. You've fear not, thy trade will never find an end, while you hills stand thou canst not want a friend. By land and sea, from every point they come, then dread no dearth of prostitutes at Rome. Nev. Tell this to happier men, for I am sped, if all my drudging can procure me bread. Ye deities, the substitutes of heaven, to whom the guide of humane life is given, at whose loved altars, with an ample zeal, though slender sacrifice, I daily kneel, his ebbing hours let your poor suppliant see from the mean crutch, and a thatch cottage free, no shameful want, nor troublesome disease, but easy death approaching by degrees. Necessity supplied, would comfort bring, yet constant store, would be a glorious thing, to treat a friend, methinks, I would afford, while silver bowls stand smiling on my board. And when the cares of Rome to pleasure yield, 2 Mysian slaves should bear me to the field, where, on their brawny shoulders mounted high, while the brave youth their various manhood try, I would the thrones of emperors defy. Superfluous wealth, and pomp, I not desire, but what content, and decency require. Then might I live by my own surly rules, not forced to worship knaves, and flatter fools. And thus secured of ease, by shunning strife, with pleasure would I sail down the swift stream of life. But, O ridiculous vain wish for one already lost, and doomed to be undone. Alas! What hope remains? For to my prayers, regardless fortune stops her wounded ears, as to the siren's charms, Ulysses' mariners. The end of the 9th Satyr. The 10th Satyr. Look round the habitable world, how few know their own good, or knowing it, pursue. How void of reason are our hopes and fears. What in the conduct of our life appears so well designed, so luckily begun, but, when we have our wish, we wish undone. Whole houses, of their whole desires possessed, are often ruined, at their own request. In wars, and peace, things hurtful we require, when made obnoxious to our own desire. With laurels some have fatally been crowned, some who the depths of eloquence have found, in that unnavigable stream were drowned. The brawny fool, who did his vigor boast, in that presuming confidence was lost, but more have been by avarice oppressed, and heaps of money crowded in the chest, unwieldy sums of wealth, which high amount than files of marshalled figures can account. To which the stores of Croesus, in the scale, would look like little dolphins, when they sail in the vast shadow of the British whale. For this, in Nero's arbitrary time, when virtue was a guilt, and wealth a crime, a troop of cutthroat guards was sent, to seize the rich men's goods, and gut their palaces. The mob, commissioned by the government, are seldom to an empty garret sent. The fearful passenger, who travels late, charged with the carriage of a paltry plate, shakes at the moonshine shadow of a rush, and sees a redcoat rise from every bush. The beggar sings, even when he sees the place beset with thieves, and never mends his pace. Of all the vows, the first and chief request of each, is to be richer than the rest, and yet no doubts the poor man's draught control. He dreads no poison in his homely bowl, then fear the deadly drug, when gems divine enchase the cup, and sparkle in the wine. Will you not now, the pair of sages praise, who the same end pursued, by several ways? One pitied, one contemned the woeful times, one laughed at follies, one lamented crimes. Laughter is easy, but the wonder lies, what stores of brine supplied the weeper's eyes. Democritus could feed his spleen, and shake his sides and shoulders till he felt a Mackay, though in his country town no lictors were, nor rods, nor axe nor tribune did appear, nor all the foppish gravity of show, which cunning magistrates on crowds bestow. What had he done? Had he beheld, on high our praetor seated, in mock majesty, his chariot rolling over the dusty place while, with dumb pride, and a set formal face, he moves, in the dull ceremonial track, with Jove's embroidered coat upon his back. A suit of hangings had not more oppressed his shoulders, than that long, laborious vest. A heavy gewgaw, called a crown, that spread about his temples, drowned his narrow head, and would have crushed it, with the massy freight, but that a sweating slave sustained the weight, a slave in the same chariot seen to ride, to mortify the mighty madman's pride. Add now thy imperial eagle, raised on high, with golden beak, the mark of majesty, trumpets before, and on the left and right, a cavalcade of nobles, all in white, in their own natures false, and flattering tribes, but made his friends, by places and by bribes. In his own age, Democritus could find sufficient cause to laugh at humankind, learn from so great a wit, a land of bogs with ditches fenced, a heaven fat with fogs, may form a spirit to sway the state, and make the neighboring monarchs fear their fate. He laughs at all the vulgar cares and fears, at their vain triumphs, and their vainer tears. An equal temper in his mind he found, when fortune flattered him, and when she frowned. 'Tis plain from hence that what our vows request, are hurtful things, or useless at the best. Some ask for envied power, which public hate pursues, and hurries headlong to their fate. Down go the titles, and the statue crowned, is by base hands in the next river drowned. The guiltless horses, and the chariot wheel, the same effects of vulgar fury feel. The smith prepares his hammer for the stroke, while the lunged bellows hissing fire provoke. Cyanus, almost first of Roman names, the great Cyanus crackles in the flames, formed in the forge. The pliant brass is laid on anvils, and of head and limbs are made pans, cans and piss pots, a whole kitchen trade. Adorn your doors with laurels, and a bull milk white, and large, lead to the Capitol. Cyanus with a rope is dragged along, the sport and laughter of the giddy throng. Good Lord, they cry, what Ethiop lips he has, how foul a snout, and what a hanging face. By heaven, I never could endure his sight, but say, how came his monstrous crimes to light? What is the charge, and who the evidence, the saviour of the nation and the prince? Nothing of this, but our old Caesar sent a noisy letter to his parliament. Nay, sirs, if Caesar writ, I ask no more, he's guilty, and the question's out of door. How goes the mob? For that's a mighty thing, when the king's trump, the mob are for the king, they follow fortune, and the common cry is still against the rogue condemned to die. But the same very mob, that rascal crowd, had cried Sejanus, with a shout as loud, had his designs, by fortune's favour blessed, succeeded, and the prince's age oppressed, but long, long since, the times have changed their face, the people grown degenerate and base, not suffered now the freedom of their choice, to make their magistrates, and sell their voice. Our wise forefathers, great by sea and land, had once the power and absolute command, all offices of trust, themselves disposed, raised whom they pleased, and whom they pleased, deposed. But we, who give our native rights away, and our enslaved posterity betray, are now reduced to beg an alms, and go on holidays to see a puppet show. There was a damned design, cries one, no doubt, for warrants are already issued out. I met Brutidius in a mortal fright, he's dipped for certain, and plays least in sight. I fear the rage of our offended prince, who thinks the Senate slack in his defence. Come let us haste, our loyal zeal to show, and spurn the wretched core of Caesar's foe, but let our slaves be present there, lest they accuse their masters, and for gain betray. Such were the whispers of those jealous times, about Sejanus' punishment, and crimes. Now tell me truly, wouldst thou change thy fate to be, like him, first minister of state? To have thy levies crowded with resort of a depending, gaping, servile court, dispose all honours of the sword and gown, grace with a nod, and ruin with a frown, to hold thy prince in pupillage, and sway that monarch, whom the mastered world obey. While he, intent on secret lusts alone, lives to himself, abandoning the throne, cooped in a narrow isle, observing dreams with flattering wizards, and erecting schemes. I well believe, thou wouldest be great as he, for every man's a fool to that degree, all wish the dire prerogative to kill, even they would have the power, who want the will, but wouldst thou have thy wishes understood, to take the bad together with the good? Wouldst thou not rather choose a small renown, to be the mayor of some poor paltry town, bigly to look, and barbarously to speak, to pound false weights, and scanty measures break? Then, grant we that Sejanus went astray, in every wish, and knew not how to pray, for he who grasped the world's exhausted store, yet never had enough, but wished for more, raised a top-heavy tower, of monstrous height, which mouldering, crushed him underneath the weight. What did the mighty Pompey's fall beget? And ruined him, who greater than the great, the stubborn pride of Roman nobles broke, and bent their haughty necks beneath his yoke. What else but his immoderate lust of power, prayers made, and granted in a luckless hour? For few usurpers to the shades descend by a dry death, or with a quiet end. The boy, who scarce has paid his entrance down to his proud pedant, or declined a noun, so small an elf, that when the days are foul, he and his satchel must be borne to school, yet prays, and hopes, and aims at nothing less, to prove a Tully, or Demosthenes, but both those orators, so much renowned, in their own depths of eloquence were drowned, the hand and head were never lost, of those who dealt in doggerel, or who punned in prose, fortune the dying notes of Rome, till I, thy consul soul, consoled thy doom. His fate had crept below the lifted swords, had all his malice been to mirth words. I rather would be Mevius, thrash for rhymes like his, the scorn and scandal of the times, than that Philippicae, fatally divine, which is inscribed the second, should be mine. Nor he, the wonder of the Grecian throng, who drove them with the torrent of his tongue, who shook the theatres, and swayed the state of Athens, found a more propitious fate. Whom, born beneath a boding horoscope, his sire, the blear-eyed Vulcan of a shop, from Mars his forge, sent to Minerva's schools, to learn thy unlucky art of wheedling fools. With itch of honour, and opinion, vain, all things beyond their native worth we strain, the spoils of war, brought to Feretri Jove an empty coat of armour hung above the conqueror's chariot, and in triumph borne, a streamer from a boarded galley torn, a chap-fallen beaver loosely hanging by the cloven helm, an arch of victory, on whose high convex sits a captive foe, and sighing casts a mournful look below, of every nation, each illustrious name, such toys as these have cheated into fame. exchanging solid quiet, to obtain the windy satisfaction of the brain. So much the thirst of honor fires the blood, so many would be great, so few be good. For who would virtue for herself regard, or wed, without the portion of reward? Yet this mad chase of fame, by few pursued, has drawn destruction on the multitude, this avarice of praise in times to come, those long inscriptions, crowded on the tomb, should some wild fig tree take her native bent, and heave below the gaudy monument, would crack the marble titles, and disperse the characters of all the lying verse. For sepulchres themselves must crumbling fall in time's abyss, the common grave of all. Great Hannibal within the balance lay, and tell how many pounds his ashes weigh, whom Africa was not able to contain, whose length runs level with thy Atlantic main, and wearies fruitful Nilus, to convey his sun-beat waters by so long a way, which Ethiopia's double clime divides, and elephants in other mountains hides. Spain first he won, the Pyreneans passed, and steepy Alps, the mounds that nature cast, and with corroding juices, as he went, a passage through the living rocks he rent. Then, like a torrent, rolling from on high, he pours his headlong rage on Italy, in 3 victorious battles overrun, yet still uneasy, cries, there's nothing done, till, level with the ground, their gates are laid, and Punic flags on Roman towers displayed. Ask what a face belonged to this high fame, his picture scarcely would deserve a frame, a sign-post dauber would disdain to paint the one-eyed hero on his elephant. Now what's his end, O charming glory, say what rare 5th act, to crown this huffing play? In one deciding battle overcome, he flies, is banished from his native home, begs refuge in a foreign court, and there attends, his mean petition to prefer, repulsed by surly grooms, who wait before the sleeping tyrant's interdicted door. What wondrous sort of death has heaven designed, distinguished from the herd of humane kind, for so untamed, so turbulent a mind? Nor swords at hand, nor hissing darts afar, are doomed to avenge the tedious bloody war, but poison, drawn through a ring's hollow plate, must finish him, a sucking infant's fate. Go, climb the rugged Alps, ambitious fool, to please the boys, and be a theme at school. One world suffused not Alexander's mind, cooped up, he seemed in earth and seas confined, and, struggling, stretched his restless limbs about the narrow globe, to find a passage out. Yet, entered in the brick-built town, he tried the tomb, and found the straight dimensions wide. Death only this mysterious truth unfolds, the mighty soul, how small a body holds. Old Greece a tale of Athos would make out, cut from the continent, and sailed about, seas hid with navies, chariots passing over the channel, on a bridge from shore to shore. Rivers, whose depth no sharp beholder sees, drunk at an army's dinner, to the lees, with a long legend of romantic things, which, in his cups, the bowsy poet sings. But how did he return, this haughty brave who whipped the winds, and made the sea his slave? Though Neptune took unkindly to be bound, and Eurus never such hard usage found in his Aeolian prisons underground, what god so mean, even he who points the way, so merciless a tyrant to obey? But how returned he, let us ask again. In a poor skiff he passed the bloody main, choked with the slaughtered bodies of his train. For fame he prayed, but let thy event declare he had no mighty penworth of his prayer. Jove, grant me length of life, and years good store heap on my bending back, I ask no more. Both sick and healthful, old and young, conspire in this one silly, mischievous desire. Mistaken blessing, which old age they call, 'tis a long, nasty, darksome hospital, a ropey chain of rooms, a visage rough, deformed, unfeatured, and a skin of buff. A stitch fallen cheek, that hangs below the jaw, such wrinkles, as a skilful hand would draw for an old grandam ape, when, with a grace, she sits at squat, and scrubs her leathern face. In youth, distinctions infinite abound, no shape, or feature, just alike are found, the fair, the black, the feeble, and the strong, but the same foulness does to age belong, the self-same palsy, both in limbs, and tongue. The skull and forehead one bald barren plain, and gums unarmed to mumble meat in vain, besides thy eternal drivel, that supplies the dropping beard, from nostrils, mouth, and eyes. His wife and children loathe him, and, what's worse, himself does his offensive carrion curse. Flatterers forsake him too, for who would kill himself, to be remembered in a will? His taste, not only palled to wine and meat, but to the relish of a nobler treat. The limber nerve, in vain provoked to rise, inglorious from the field of battle flies, poor feeble dotard, how could he advance with his blue head-piece, and his broken lance? Add, that endeavouring still without effect a lust more sordid justly we suspect. Those senses lost, behold a new defeat, the soul, dislodging from another seat. What music, or enchanting voice, can cheer a stupid, old, impenetrable ear? No matter in what place, or what degree of the full theatre he sits to see, cornets and trumpets cannot reach his ear, under an actor's nose he's never near. His boy must bawl, to make him understand the hour of thy day, or such a lord's at hand, the little blood that creeps within his veins, is but just warmed in a hot fever's pains. In fine, he wears no limb about him sound, with sores and sicknesses beleaguered round. Ask me their names, I sooner could relate how many drudges on Salt Hippy await, what crowds of patients the town doctor kills, or how, last fall, he raised the weekly bills. What provinces by Basileus were spoiled, what herds of heirs by guardians are beguiled, how many bouts a day that bitch has tried, how many boys that pedagogue can ride. What lands and lordships for their owners know my quondam barber, but his worship now. This dotard of his broken back complains, one his legs fail, and one his shoulder pains, another is of both his eyes bereft, and envies who has one for aiming left. A fifth with trembling lips expecting stands, as in his childhood, crammed by others' hands, one, who at sight of supper opened wide his jaws before, and wetted grinders dried, now only yawns, and waits to be supplied, like a young swallow, when with weary wings expected food her fasting mother brings. His loss of members is a heavy curse, but all his faculties decayed, are worse. His servants' names he has forgotten quite, knows not his friend who supped with him last night. Not even the children, he begot and bred, or his will knows 'em not, for, in their stead, in form of law, a common hackney jade, sole heir, for secret services, is made, so lewd, and such a battered brothel whore, that she defies all comers, at her door. Well, yet suppose his senses are his own, he lives to be chief mourner for his son, before his face his wife and brother burns, he numbers all his kindred in their urns. These are the fines he pays for living long, and dragging tedious age, in his own wrong. Grief's always green, a household still in tears, sad pomps, the threshold thronged with daily biers, and liveries of black for length of years. Next to the raven's age, the Pylian king was longest lived of any two-legged thing, blessed, to defraud the grave so long, to mount his numbered years, and on his right hand count, 300 seasons, guzzling must of wine, but, hold a while, and hear himself repine at fate's unequal laws, and at the clue which, merciless in length, the midmost sister drew. When his brave son upon the funeral pyre he saw extended, and his beard on fire, he turned, and weeping, asked his friends, what crime had cursed his age to this unhappy time. Thus mourned old Peleus for Achilles slain, and thus Ulysses' father did complain. How fortunate an end had Priam made, among his ancestors a mighty shade, while Troy yet stood, when Hector with the race of royal bastards, might his funeral grace, amidst the tears of Trojan dames inured, and by his loyal daughters truly mourned. Had heaven so blessed him, he had died before the fatal fleet to Sparta Paris bore. But mark what age produced, he lived to see his town in flames, his falling monarchy, in fine, the feeble sire, reduced by fate, to change his scepter for a sword, too late, his last effort before Jove's altar tries a soldier half, and half a sacrifice, falls like an ox, that waits the coming blow, old and unprofitable to the plough. At least, he died a man, his queen survived, to howl, and in a barking body lived. I hasten to our own, nor will relate great Mithridates, and rich Croesus' fate, whom Solon wisely counselled to attend the name of happy, till he knew his end. That Marius was an exile, that he fled, was taken, in ruined Carthage begged his bread, all these were owing to a life too long, for whom had Rome beheld so happy, young, high in his chariot, and with laurel crowned, when he had led the Cimbrian captives round the Roman streets, descending from his state, in that blessed hour he should have begged his fate, then, he might have died of all admired, and his triumphant soul with shouts expired. Campania, fortune's malice to prevent, to Pompey an indulgent favour sent, but public prayers imposed on heaven, to give their much-loved leader an unkind reprieve. The city's fate and his, conspired to save the head, reserved for an Egyptian slave. Cethegus, though a traitor to the state, and tortured, 'scaped this ignominious fate, and Sergius, who a bad cause bravely tried, all of a piece, and undiminished died. To Venus, the fond mother makes a prayer, that all her sons and daughters may be fair, true, for the boys a mumbling vow she sends, but, for the girls, the vaulted temple rends, they must be finished pieces. 'Tis allowed Diana's beauty made Latona proud, and pleased, to see the wondering people pray to the new rising sister of the day. And yet Lucretia's fate would bar that vow, and fair Virginia would her fate bestow on Rutila, and change her faultless make for the foul rumple of her camel back. But, for his mother's boy, the beau, what frights his parents have by day, what anxious nights. Form joined with virtue is a sight too rare, chaste is no epithet to suit with fair. Suppose the same traditionary strain of rigid manners in the house remain, inveterate truth, an old plain Sabine's heart, suppose that nature, too, has done her part, infused into his soul a sober grace, and blushed a modest blood into his face, for nature is a better guardian far, than saucy pedants, or dull tutors are, yet still the youth must never arrive at man, so much almighty bribes and presents can, even with a parent, where persuasions fail, money is impudent, and will prevail. We never read of such a tyrant king, who dealt a boy deformed, to hear him sing. Nor Nero, in his more luxurious rage, ever made a mistress of an ugly page, Sporus, his spouse, nor crooked was, nor lame, with mountain back, and belly, from the game cross-barred, but both his sexes well became. Go, boast your springle, by his beauty cursed to ills, nor think I have declared the worst, his form procures him journey work, a strife betwixt town madams and the merchant's wife, yes, when he undertakes this public war, what furious beasts offended cuckolds are. Adulterers are with dangers round beset, born under Mars, they cannot escape the net, and from revengeful husbands oft have tried worse handling, than severest laws provide, one stabs, one slashes, one, with cruel art, makes Colon suffer for the peccant part. But your Endymion, your smooth, smock-faced boy, unrivalled, shall a beauteous dame enjoy, not so one more salacious, rich, and old, outbids, and buys her pleasure for her gold, now he must moil, and drudge, for one he loathes, she keeps him high, in equipage and cloths, she pawns her jewels, and her rich attire, and thinks the workman worthy of his hire, in all things else immoral, stingy, mean, but, in her lusts, a conscionable queen. She may be handsome, yet be chaste, you say, good observator, not so fast away, did it not cost the modest youth his life, who shunned thy embraces of his father's wife? And was not to other stripling forced to fly, who, coldly, did his patron's queen deny, and pleaded laws of hospitality? The ladies charged 'em home, and turned the tale, with shame they redden, and with spite grew pale. 'Tis dangerous to deny the longing dame, she loses pity, who has lost her shame. Now Silius wants thy counsel, give advice, wed Caesar's wife, or die, the choice is nice. Her comet eyes she darts on every grace, and takes a fatal liking to his face. Adorned with bridal pomp she sits in state, the public notaries and auspecs wait, the genial bed is in the garden dressed, the portion paid, and every right expressed, which in a Roman marriage is professed. 'Tis no stolen wedding, this, rejecting or, she scorns to marry, but in form of law, in this moot case, your judgment, to refuse is present death, besides the night you lose. If you consent, 'tis hardly worth your pain, a day or two of anxious life you gain, till loud reports through all the town have passed, and reach the prince, for cuckolds hear the last. Indulge thy pleasure, youth, and take thy swing, for not to take, is but the selfsame thing, inevitable death before thee lies, but looks more kindly through a lady's eyes. What then remains? Are we deprived of will, must we not wish, for fear of wishing ill? Receive my counsel, and securely move, entrust thy fortune to the powers above. Leave them to manage for thee, and to grant what their unerring wisdom sees thee want, in goodness as in greatness they excel, are that we loved ourselves but half so well. We, blindly by our headstrong passions led, are hot for action, and desire to wed, then wish for heirs, but to the gods alone our future offspring, and our wives are known, thy audacious strumpet, and ungracious son. Yet not to rob the priests of pious gain, that altars be not wholly built in vain, forgive the gods the rest, and stand confined to health of body, and content of mind, a soul, that can securely death defy, and count it nature's privilege, to die, serene and manly, hardened to sustain the load of life, and exercised in pain, guiltless of hate, and proof against desire, that all things weighs, and nothing can admire, that dares prefer the toils of Hercules to dalliance, banquet, and ignoble ease. The path to peace is virtue, what I show, thyself may freely on thyself bestow. Fortune was never worshipped by the wise, but, set aloft by fools, usurps the skies. The end of the 10th Satyr. The 11th Satyr. If noble Atticus, make plenteous feasts, and with luxurious food indulge his guests, his wealth and quality, support the treat, in him nor is it luxury, but state. But when poor Rutilius spends all his worth, in hopes of setting one good dinner forth, 'tis downright madness, for what greater jests, than begging gluttons, or than beggars' feasts? But Rutilius is so notorious grown, that he's the common theme of all the town. A man, in his full tide of youthful blood, able for arms, and for his country's good, urged by no power, restrained by no advice, but following his own inglorious choice, mongst common fencers, practices the trade, that end debasing, for which arms were made, arms, which to man never dying fame afford, but his disgrace is owning to his sword. Many there are of the same wretched kind, whom, their despairing creditors, may find lurking in shambles, where with borrowed coin they buy choice meats, and in cheap plenty dine. Such, whose sole bliss, is eating, who can give but that one brutal reason why they live. And yet what's more ridiculous, of these the poorest wretch, is still most hard to please, and he, whose thin transparent rags, declare how much, his tattered fortune wants repair, would ransack every element, for choice of every fish and fowl, at any price, if brought from far, it very dear has cost, it has a flavour then, which pleases most, and he devours it with a greater gust. In riot, thus, while money lasts, he lives, and that exhausted, still new pledges gives, till forced of mere necessity to eat, he comes to pawn his dish, to buy his meat. Nothing of silver, or of gold he spares, not what his mother's sacred image bears, the broken relic, he with speed devours, as he would all the rest off's ancestors, if wrought in gold, or if exposed to sale, they'd pay the price of one luxurious meal. Thus, certain ruin, treads upon his heels, the stings of hunger, soon, and want he feels, and thus is he reduced at length, to serve fencers, for miserable scraps, or starve. Imagine now, you see a splendid feast, the question is, at whose expense 'tis dressed. In great Ventidius, we, the bounty prize, in Rutilius, the vanity despise. Strange ignorance! That the same man, who knows how far yond mount, above this molehill shows, should not perceive a difference as great, between small incomes and a vast estate. From heaven, to mankind, sure, that rule was sent, of know thyself, and by some God was meant to be our never-erring pilot here, through all the various courses, which we steer. Thersites, though the most presumptuous Greek, yet durst not for Achilles' armour speak, when scarce Ulysses had a good pretence, with all thy advantage of his eloquence. Whoever attempts weak causes to support, ought to be very sure, he's able for it, and not mistake strong lungs, and impudence, for harmony of words, and force of sense. Fools only make attempts beyond their skill, a wise man's power's the limit of his will. If fortune has a niggard been to thee, devote thyself to thrift, not luxury, and wisely make that kind of food thy choice, to which necessity confines thy price. Well may they fear some miserable end, whom gluttony and want at once attend, whose large voracious throats have swallowed all, both land and stock, interest and principal. Well may they fear, at length, vile Pollio's fate, who sold his very ring, to purchase meat, and though a knight, amongst common slaves now stands begging in alms, with undistinguished hands. Sure sudden death, to such should welcome be, on whom, each added year heaps misery, scorn, poverty, reproach, and infamy. But there are steps, in villainy, which these observe to tread and follow, by degrees. Money they borrow, and from all that lend, which, never meaning to restore, they spend, but that and their small stock of credit gone, lest Rome should grow too warm, from thence they run, for of late years, 'tis no more scandal grown, for debt and roguery, to quit the town, than in the midst of summer's scorching heat, from crowds, and noise, and business to retreat. One only grief such fugitives can find, reflecting on the pleasures left behind, the plays, and loose diversions of the place, but not one blush appears for the disgrace. Never was of modesty so great a dearth, that out of countenance virtues fled from earth, baffled, exposed to ridicule and scorn, she's with Astrea gone, never to return. This day, my Persicus, thou shalt perceive whether, myself I keep those rules I give. Or else, an unsuspected glutton live, if moderate fare and abstinence, I prize in public, yet in private gourmandize. Evander's feast revived, today they'll it see, the poor Evander, I, and thou shalt be Alcides and Aeneas both to me. Meantime, I send you now your bill of fare, be not surprised, that 'tis all homely cheer, for nothing from the shambles I provide, but from my own small farm, the tenderest kid and fattest of my flock, a suckling yet, that never had nourishment, but from the teat, no bitter willow tops, have been its food, scarce grass, its veins have more of milk than blood. Next that, shall mountain asparagus be laid, pulled by some plain, but cleanly country made. The largest eggs, yet warm within the nest, together with the hens, which laid 'em, dressed, clusters of grapes, preserved for half a year, which, plump and fresh as on the vines appear, apples, of a ripe flavour, fresh and fair, mixed with the Syrian, and the Signian pear, mellowed by winter, from their cruder juice, light of digestion now and fit for use. Such food as this, would have been heretofore accounted riot, in a senator, when the good Curius, thought it no disgrace, with his own hands, a few small herbs to dress, and from his little garden, culled a feast, which fettered slaves would now disdain to taste, for scarce a slave, but has to dinner now, the well-dressed paps, of a fat pregnant sow. But heretofore, 'twas thought a sumptuous treat, on birthdays, festivals, or days of state, a salt, dry flitch of bacon to prepare, if they had fresh meat, 'twas delicious fare. Which rarely happened, and 'twas highly prized if aught was left of what they sacrificed. To entertainments of this kind, would come the worthiest and the greatest men in Rome, nay seldom any at such treats were seen, but those who had at least thrice consuls been, or the dictator's office had discharged, and now from honourable toil enlarged, retired to husband and manure their land, humbling themselves to those they might command. Then might ye have seen the good old General Haste, before thy appointed hour, to such a feast, his spade aloft, as 'twere in triumph held, proud of the conquest of some stubborn field. Oh then, when pious consuls bore the sway, when Couchon vice, all pale and trembling lay, our censors then were subject to the law, even power itself, of justice stood in awe. It was not then, a Roman's chiefest thought, where largest tortoise shells were to be bought, where pearls might of the greatest price be had, and shining jewels to adorn his bed, that he at vast expense might lull his head. Plain was his couch, and only rich his mind, contentedly he slept, as cheaply as he dined. The soldier then, in Graecian arts unskilled, returning rich with plunder, from the field, if cups of silver, or of gold he brought, with jewels set, and exquisitely wrought, to glorious trappings, straight the plate he turned, and with the glittering spoil, his horse adorned, or else a helmet for himself he made, where various warlike figures were inlaid. The Roman wolf, suckling the twins was there, and Mars himself, armed with his shield and spear, hovering above his crest, did dreadful show, as threatening death, to each resisting foe. No use of silver, but in arms was known, splendid they were in war, and there alone. No sideboards then, with gilded plate were dressed, no sweating slaves, with massy dishes pressed, expensive riot, was not understood, but earthen platters held their homely food. Who would not envy them, that age of bliss, that sees with shame the luxury of this? Heaven unwearied then, did blessings pour, and pitying Jove, foretold each dangerous hour. Mankind were then familiar with the god, he snuffed their incense, with a gracious nod, and would have still been bounteous, as of old, had we not left him for that devil gold. His golden statues, hence the god have driven, for well he knows, where our devotion's given, 'tis gold we worship, though we pray to heaven. Woods of our own afforded tables then, though none can please us now, but from Japan. Invite my lord to dine, and let him have the nicest dish, his appetite can crave, but let it on an oaken board be set, his lordship will grow sick and cannot eat, something's amiss, he knows not what to think, either your ven'sons rank, or ointments stink. Order some other table to be brought, something, at great expense in India bought, beneath whose orb, large yawning panthers lie, carved on rich pedestals of ivory. He finds no more of that offensive smell, the meat recovers, and my lord grows well. An ivory table is a certain whet, you would not think how heartily he'll eat, as if new vigor to his teeth were sent, by sympathy from those o' thy elephant. But such fine feeders, are no guests for me, riot, agrees not with frugality, then, that unfashionable man am I, with me they'd starve, for want of ivory, for not 1 inch, does my whole house afford, not in my very tables, or chessboard, of common bone, the handles of my knives are made, yet no ill taste it gives to what I carve, nor is there ever left any unsavvy oat gust, from the haft, a hearty welcome, to plain wholesome meat, you'll find, but served up in no formal state, no sewers. Nor dexterous carvers have I got, such as by skilful Triphorus are taught, in whose famed schools, the various forms appear of fishes, beasts, and all the fowls o' thy air, and where, with blunted knives, his scholars learn how to dissect, and the nice joints discern, while all the neighborhood are with noise oppressed, from the harsh carving of his wooden feast. On me attends a raw unskilful lad. On fragments fed, in homely garments clad, at once my carver, and my Ganymede, with diligence, he'll serve us while we dine, and in plain beechen vessels, fill our wine. No beauteous boys I keep, from Phrygia brought, no catamites, by shameful panders taught, only to me, 2 home-bred youths belong, unskilled in any, but their mother tongue, alike in feature both, and garb appear, with honest faces, though with uncurled hair. This day, thou shalt my rural pages see, for I have dressed them both to wait on thee. Of country swains they both were born, and one my ploughman's is, to other my shepherd's son, a cheerful sweetness, in his looks he has, and innocence unartful in his face, though sometimes sadness will overcast the joy, and gentle sighs, break from the tender boy, his absence from his mother, oft he'll mourn, and with his eyes, look wishes to return, longing to see his tender kids, again, and feed his lambs upon the flowery plain, a modest blush he wears, not formed by art, free from deceit his face, and full as free his heart. Such looks, such bashfulness, might well adorn the cheeks of youths that are more nobly born, but noblemen, those humble graces scorn. This youth, today shall my small treat attend, and only he, with wine shall serve my friend, with wine from his own country brought, and made from the same vines, beneath whose fruitful shade he and his wanton kids have often played. But you, perhaps expect a modish feast, with amorous songs and wanton dances graced, where sprightly females, to the middle bear, trip lightly over the ground, and frisk in air, whose pliant limbs, in 50 postures move, and twine, and bound, as in the feet of love. Such sights, the languid nerves to action stir, and jaded lust, springs forward with this spur. Virtue would shrink, to hear this lewdness told, which husbands, now, do with their wives behold, a needful help, to make 'em both approve the dry embraces of long-wedded love. In nuptial cinders, this revives the fire, and turns their mutual loathing, to desire. But she, who by her sex's charter, must have double pleasure paid, feels double lust, apace she warms, with an immoderate heat, strongly her bosom heaves, and pulses beat, with glowing cheeks, and trembling lips she lies, with arms expanded, and with naked thighs, sucking in passion both at ears and eyes. But this becomes not me, nor my estate, these are the vicious follies of the great. Let him who does on ivory tables dine, whose marble floors, with drunken sprawlings shine, let him lascivious songs and dances have, which or to see, or hear, the lewdest slave, the vilest prostitute in all the stews, with bashful indignation would refuse. But fortune, there, extenuates the crime, what's vice in me, is only mirth in him, the fruits which murder, cards or dice afford, a vestal ravished, or a matron hoard, are laudable diversions in a lord. But my poor entertainment, is designed to afford you pleasures of another kind, yet with your taste, your hearing shall be fed, and Homer's sacred lines, and Virgil's read, either of whom does all mankind excel, though which exceeds the other, none can tell, it matters not, with what ill tone they're sung, verse are sublimely good, no voice can wrong. Now then be all thy weighty cares away, the jealousies and fears, and while you may to peace and soft repose, give all the day. From thoughts of debt, or any worldly ill be free, be all uneasy passions still. What though thy wife, do with the morning light, when thou in vain hast toiled and drudged all night, steal from thy bed and house, abroad to roam, and having gorged her lust, come reeking home, flecked in her face, and with disordered hair, her garments ruffled, and her bosom bare, with ears still tingling, and her eyes on fire, half drowned in lust, still burning in desire, whilst you are forced to wink and seem content, swelling with passion, which you dare not vent, nay if you would be free, from night alarms. You must seem fond, and doting on her charms, take her, the last of 20, to your arms. Let this, and every other anxious thoughts, at the entrance of my threshold be forgot, all thy domestic griefs, at home be left, thy wife's adultery, with thy servant's theft, and, the most racking thought, which can intrude, forget false friends and their ingratitude, let us our peaceful mirth at home begin, while Megalensian shows, are in the circus scene, there, to the bane of horses, in high state the praetor sits, on a triumphal seat, vainly with ensigns, and with robes adorned, as if with conquest, from the wars returned. This day all Rome, if I may be allowed, without offence to such a numerous crowd, to say all Rome, will in the circus sweat, echoes already do their shouts repeat, methinks I hear the cry, away, away, the green, have won the honour of the day. Oh, should these sports, be but 1 year foreborn, Rome, would in tears her loved diversion mourn, for that would now, a cause of sorrow yield, great, as the loss of Cannae's fatal field. Such shows as these, were not for us designed, but vigorous youth to active sports inclined. On beds of roses laid, let us repose, while round our heads refreshing ointment flows, our aged limbs will bask in Phoebus' rays, and live this day devoted to our ease. Early today, we'll to the bath repair, nor need we now the common censure fear. On festivals, it is allowed no crime to bathe, and eat, before the usual time, but that continued, would a loathing give, nor could you thus, a week together live, for, frequent use, would the delight exclude, pleasures a toil, when constantly pursued. The end of the 11th Satyr. The 12th Satyr. This joyful day's solemnity does with my birthdays more than equal vie, of grassy turves the rural altars reared, expect the firstlings of the flock, and herd, to royal Uno, and the warlike maid, shall in a lamb to each my vows be paid, a steer, of the first head in the whole drove, reserve we sacred to Tarpeian Jove, forward he bounds his rope's extended length, with pushing front, proud since he tried his strength, and budding horns against an adverse oak, fit for the altar, and the fatal stroke. Were but my fortunes equal to my mind, my bounteous love more nobly had designed, a bull high fed should fall the sacrifice, one of Hispulla's huge prodigious size, not one of those our neighbouring pastures feed, but of Clytemnes's whitest, sacred breed, the lively tincture of whose gushing blood should clearly prove the richness of his food, a neck so strong, so large, as would demand the speeding blow of some uncommon hand. This for my friend, or more I would perform, who, danger-free, still trembles at the storm, presenting forms so hideous to his sight, as safety scarce allays the wilder fright. First from a cloud, that heaven all overcast, with glance so swift the subtle lightning passed as split the sail yards, trembling, and half dead each thought the blow was levelled at his head, the flaming shrouds so dreadful did appear, all judged a wreck could no proportion bear. So fancy paints, so does the poet write, when he would work a tempest to the height. This danger past, a second does succeed, again with pity, and attention heed, no less this second, though of different kind, such as, in Isis' temple, you may find on votive tablets, to the life portrayed, where painters are employed, and earn their bread. What painters in their liveliest drafts express, may be a copy of my friend's distress. For now a sea into the hold was got, wave upon wave another sea had wrought, and nigh overset the stern on either side, the hoary pilot his best skill applied, but useless all when he despairing found, Catullus then did with the winds compound. Just as the beaver, that wise thinking brute, who, when hard hunted on a close pursuit, bites off his stones, the cause of all the strife, and pays 'em down a ransom for his life. Over with all, he cries, with all that's mine, without reserve I freely all resign. Rich garments, purple dyed in grain, go over, no soft machinas ever choicer wore, and others of that fleece, that never dyed, or stained by art, is rich in nature's pride, such, as its tincture from the soil does bear, by noble springs improved, and Baltic air. Nor stopped he so, but overwent his plate made by Parthenius, followed by a great and massy goblet, a 2-gallon draught, might set a thirsty centaur when he quaffed, or drench the wife of Fuscus. Add to these baskets of Britain, rarities of Greece, a set of plate most artfully embossed, no less a bribe than what Olynthus cost. Show me the man, that other he, would dare his very life and soul to gold prefer, now money serves not life's most noble ends, but slavish life imperious wealth attends. Thus most of the ship's freight went overboard, yet all this wast could small relief afford, so fierce the storm, necessity at last does loudly call to ease her of her mast, hard is the case, and dangerous the distress, when what we would preserve, we must make less. Go now, go trust the wind's uncertain breath, removed 4 fingers from approaching death, or 7 at most, when thickest is the board, go with provision, biscuit, brandy stored, but if you reasonably hope to speed, you must produce your axe in time of need. Now when the sea grew calm, the winds were laid, and the pleased Parcae spun a whiter thread, when fate propitious sent a gentle gale, the shattered vessel, with one wretched sail, beside what gowns and coats her crew could lend to help her on her course, did homeward bend, the south wind lessening still, the sun appears, and into lively hope converts their fears, and now, in prospect sweet, his cheerful light the Alban cliffs confesses to their sight, where Alba's pile Iulus founding reared. When to Lavinium he that seat preferred, and called it Alba, from the white so named, that for her 30 sucking pigs was famed. At last within the mighty mole she gets, our Tuscan Pharos, that the mid-sea meets with its embrace, and leaves the land behind, a work so wondrous nature never designed. Through it the joyful steersman clears his way, and comes to anchor in its inmost bay, where smallest vessels ride and are secured, and the shorn sailors boast what they endured. Go then, my boys, the sacred rites prepare, with awful silence and attention here, with brand the knives, with flowers the altars dress, and in your diligence your zeal express. I'll follow straight, and, having paid my vows, thence home again, where chaplets wreath the brows of all my little waxen deities, and incense shall domestic Jove appease, my shining household gods, shall revel there, and all the colours of the violet wear. All's right, my portal shines with verdant bays, and consecrated tapers early blaze. Suspect me not, Corvinus, of design, far be such guilt from any thought of mine, my altars smoke not for so base an end, Catullus, though a father, is my friend, and his 3 children bar a foreign claim. Who on a friend so hopeless, such a name as father, would a sickly hen bestow? Or on such slender a quail forego? If Purchas or Galliot breathe a vein, the temples straight are crowded with a train of fawning rascals, uttering each his prayer, nothing's too precious for a life so dear, a hecatomb is scarce enough to bleed, and but an elephant's no common breed, nor seen, nor known in Italy, before they were transported from the Africa shore, since which, in the Rutilian forest reared, they range at large, great Caesar's royal herd, as once they learnt King Pyrrhus to obey, and with submission to our consuls, sway. Or Tyrian Hannibals, part of the war in turrets on their backs they used to bear, could Novius or Pachuvius but procure these ivory portents, death should seal 'em sure a victim for Galata, nothing less the greatness of their friendship can express. Pachuvius, were he not by law withstood, would manifest his own inhumane blood, the best, the loveliest slaves of either sex, to serve his complement, should yield their necks, nay to that height the wicked rogue proceeds, his Iphigenia, his daughter, bleeds if need require, though he was sure to find no dexterous sleight to change her for a hind. My fellow citizen I must commend, for what's a fleet to a bequeathing friend? For, if he chanced escape this dismal bout, the former legatees are blotted out, upon Pachuvius all must be conferred, so great a merit claims no less reward. Pachuvius struts it, and triumphant goes in the dejected crowd of rival foes. You see the fruit of his projecting brain, in offering up his daughter to his gain. As great as Nero's plunder be his store high, mountain high, be piled the shining ore, then may he life to Nestor's age extend, nor ever be, nor ever find a friend. The end of the 12th Satyr. The 13th Satyr. 1. He that commits a sin, shall quickly find the pressing guilt lie heavy on his mind, though bribes or favour shall assert his cause, pronounce him guiltless, and elude the laws, none quits himself, his own impartial thought will damn, and conscience will record the fault. 2. This first the wicked feels. Then public hate pursues the cheat, and proves the villain's fate. 3. But more, Corvinus, thy estate can bear a greater loss, and not implore thy care, thy stock's sufficient, and thy wealth too great to feel the damage of a potty cheat. 4. Nor are such losses to the world unknown, a rare example, and thy chance alone, most feel them, and in fortune's lottery lies a heap of blanks, like this, for one small prize. 5. Abate thy passion, nor too much complain, grief should be forced, and it becomes a man to let it rise no higher than his pain, but you, too weak the slightest loss to bear, too delicate the common fate to share, are on the fret of passion, boil, and rage, because, in so debauched and vile an age, thy friend and old acquaintance dares disown the gold you lent him, and forswear the loan. What, start at this? When 60 years have spread their grey experience over thy hoary head. Is this the all-observing age could gain, or hast thou known the world so long in vain? Let Stoics' ethics haughty rules advance, to combat fortune, and to conquer chance, yet happy those, though not so learned, are thought, whom life instructs, who by experience taught, for new to come from past misfortunes look, nor shake the yoke, which galls the mortise shook. 6. What days so sacred, but its rests profaned by violent robbers, or by murders stained? Here hired assassins for their gain invade, and treacherous poisoners urge their fatal trade. Good men are scarce, the just are thinly sown, they thrive but ill, nor can they last when grown. And should we count them, and our store compile, yet Thebes more gates would show, more mouths the Nile. Worse than the Iron Age, and wretched times rule on, and use hath so improved our crimes, that baffled nature knows not how to frame a metal base enough to give the age a name, yet you exclaim, as loud as those that praise for scraps and coach hire a young noble's plays you thunder, and, as passion rolls along, call heaven and earth to witness to your wrong. Grey-headed infant, and in vain grown old? Art thou to learn that in another's gold lie charms resistless? That all laugh to find unthinking plainness so overspread thy mind, that thou couldst seriously persuade the crowd to keep their oaths, and to believe a god? 7. This they could do whilst Saturn filled the throne, here Uno burnish, or young Jove was grown, here private he left Ida's close retreat, or made rebellion by example great, and whilst his hoary sire to Latium fled usurped his empire, and defiled his bed. Whilst gods dined singly, and few feasts above, no beauteous Hebe mixed the wine with love, no Phrygian boy, but Vulcan stained the pole with sooty hands, and filled the sparing bowl. Here gods grew numerous, and the heavenly crowd pressed wretched Atlas with a lighter load, here chance envied Neptune's lot confined to rule the ocean, and oppose the wind, ever Proserpine with Pluto shared the throne, ever Furies lashed or ghosts had learned to groan, but free from punishment as free from sin the shades lived jolly, and without a king. Then vice was rare, even rudeness kept in or felt all the rigour of avenging law, and had not men the hoary heads revered, or boys paid reverence when a man appeared, both must have died, though richer skins they wore, and saw more heaps of acorns in their store, for years advanced did such respect engage, and youth was reverenced then like sacred age. 8. Now if one honest man I chance to view, contemning interest, and to virtue true, I rank him with the prodigies of fame, with ploughed-up fishes, and with icy flame, with things which start from nature's common rules, with bearded infants, and with teeming mules, as much amazed at the prodigious sign, as if I saw bees clustered on a shrine, a shower of stones, or rivers change to blood rule wondrous waves, or urge a milky flood. 9. A little sum you mourn, whilst most have met with twice the loss, and by as vile a cheat, by treacherous friends, and secret trust betrayed, some are undone, nor are the gods our aid. Those conscious powers we can with ease contemn, if hid from men, we trust our crimes with them. Observe the wretch who hath his faith forsook, how clear his voice, and how assured his look. Like innocence, and as serenely bold as truth, how loudly he forswears their gold. By Neptune's trident, by the bolts of Jove, and all the magazine of wrath above. Nay more, in curses he goes boldly on, he damns himself, and thus devotes his son, if I'm forsworn, you injured gods renew Thyestes' feast, and prove the fable true. 10. Some think that chance rules all, that nature streets the moving seasons, and turns round the years. These run to every shrine, these boldly swear, and keep no faith, because they know no fear. 11. Another doubts, but as his doubts decline, he dreads just vengeance, and he starts at sin, he owns a god, and yet the wretch forswears, and thus he reasons to relieve his fears. Let Isis rage, So I securely hold the coin forsworn, and keep the ravished gold. Let blindness, lameness come, our legs and eyes of equal value to so great a prize. Would starving Ladus, had he leave to choose, and were not frantic, the rich gout refuse. For can the glory of the swiftest pace procure him food? Or can he feast on praise? 12. The gods take aim before they strike their blow, though sure their vengeance, yet the stroke is slow, and should at every sin their thunder fly, I'm yet secure, nor is my danger nigh, but they are gracious, but their hands are free, and who can tell but they may reach to me? Some they forgive, and every age relates that equal crimes have met unequal fates, that sins alike, unlike rewards have found, and whilst this villain's crucified, the other's crowned. The man that shivered on the brink of sin, thus steeled and hardened ventures boldly in, dare him to swear, he with a cheerful face flies to the shrine, and bids thee mend thy pace, he urges, goes before thee, shows the way, nay pulls thee on, and chides thy dull delay, for confidence in sin, when mixed with zeal, seems innocence, and looks to most as well. 13. Thus like the waggish slave in play, he spreads the net, and takes the easy prey. You rage and storm, and blasphemously loud, as centaur bellowing to the Grecian crowd, or Homer's Mars with too much warmth exclaim, Jove, dost thou hear, and is thy thunder tame? Wert thou all brass, thy brazen arm should rage, and fix the wretch a sign to future age, else why should mortals to thy feasts repair, spend useless incense, and more useless prayer? Bathyllus' statue at this rate may prove thy equal rival, or a greater Jove. 14. Be cool, my friend, and hear my muse dispense some sovereign comforts, drawn from common sense, not fetched from Stoics' rigid schools, nor wrought by Epicurus' more indulgent thought, who led by nature, did with ease pursue the rules of life, guessed best, though missed the true. A desperate wound must skilful hands employ, but thine is curable by Philip's boy. 15. Look over the present and the former time, if no example of so vile a crime appears, then mourn, admit no kind relief, but beat thy breast, and I applaud thy grief. Let sorrow then appear in all her state, keep mournful silence, and shut fast thy gate. Let solemn grief on money lost attend, greater than waits upon a dying friend, none feigns, none acted mournings forced to show, or squeeze his eyes to make the torrent flow, for money lost demands a hearty adieu, then tears are real, and the grief is true. But if at each assize, and term, we try 1,000 rascals of as deep a dye, if men forswear the deeds and bonds they draw, though signed with all formality of law, and though the writing and the seal proclaim the barefaced perjury, and fix the shame, go fortune's darling, nor expect to bear the common lot, but to avoid thy share. Heaven's favourite thou, for better fates designed, than we the dregs and rubbish of mankind. 16. This petty sinner scarce deserves thy rage, compared with the great villains of the age. Here hired assassins kill, their sulphur thrown, by treacherous hands, destroys the frighted town. Bold sacrilege, invading things divine, breaks through a temple, or destroys a shrine, the reverenced goblets, and the ancient plate, those grateful presents of a conquering state, or pious king, or if the shrine be poor, the image spoils, nor is the god secure. One seizes Neptune's beard, one Castor's crown, or Jove himself, and melts the thunderer down. Here poisoners murder, there the impious son, with whom a guiltless ape is doomed to drown, prevents old age, and with a hasty blow cuts down his sire, and quickens fates too slow. Yet what are these to those vast heaps of crimes, which make the greatest business of our times, which terms prolong, and which from morn to night amaze the juries and the judges' fright? Attend the court, and thou shalt briefly find in that one place the manners of mankind, hear the indictments, then return again, call thyself wretch, and, if thou darest, complain. Whom midst the Alps do hanging throats surprise? Who stares in Germany at watchet eyes? Or who in Mero, when the breast reclined, hangs over the shoulder to the child behind, and bigger than the boy. For wonders lost when things grow common, and are found in most. When cranes invade, his little sword and shield the pygmy takes, and straight attends the field, the fight's soon over, the cranes descend, and bear the sprawling warriors through the liquid air. Now here, should such a fight appear to view, all men would split, the sight would please whilst new, there none's concerned, where every day they fight, and not one warrior is a foot in height. 17. But shall the villain 'scape? Shall perjury grow rich and safe, and shall the cheat be free? Hadst thou full power, rage asks no more, to kill, or measure out his torments by thy will, yet what couldst thou, tormentor, hope to gain? Thy loss continues, unrepaid by pain, in glorious comfort thou shalt poorly meet, from his mean blood. But oh, revenge is sweet. Thus think the crowd, who, eager to engage, take quickly fire, and kindle into rage, who never consider, but, without a pause, make up in passion what they want in cause. Not so mild Thales, not Chrysippus thought, nor that good man, who drank the poisonous draught with mind serene, and could not wish to see his vile accuser drink as deep as he, exalted Socrates. Divinely brave. Injured he fell, and dying he forgave, too noble for revenge, which still we find the weakest frailty of a feeble mind, degenerous passion, and for man too base, it seats its empire in the female race, their rages, and, to make its blow secure, puts flattery on, until he aim be sure. 18. But why must those be thought to 'scape, that feel those rods of scorpions, and those whips of steel which conscience shakes, when she with rage controls, and spreads amazing terrors through their souls? Not sharp revenge, not hell itself can find a fiercer torment, than a guilty mind, which day and night doth dreadfully accuse, condemns the wretch, and still the charge renews. 19. A trusted Spartan was inclined to cheat, the coin looked lovely, and the bag was great, secret the trust, and with an oath defend the prize, and baffle his deluded friend, but weak in sin, and of the gods afraid, and not well versed in the forswearing trade, he goes to Delphus, humbly begs advice, and thus the priestess by command replies, expect sure vengeance by the gods decreed, to punish thoughts, not yet improved to deed. At this he started, and forbore to swear, not out of conscience of the sin, but fear? Yet plagues ensued, and the contagious sin destroyed himself, and ruined all his kin. Thus suffered he for the imperfect will to sin, and bear design of doing ill, for he that but conceives a crime in thought, contracts the danger of an actual fault, then what must he expect that still proceeds to finish sin, and work up thoughts to deeds 20. Perpetual anguish fills his anxious breast, not stopped by business, nor composed by rest, no music cheers him, and no feasts can please, he sits like discontented Damocles, when by the sportive tyrant wisely shown the dangerous pleasures of a flattered throne. Sleep flies the wretch, or when his cares are pressed, and his tossed lambs are wearied into rest, then dreams invade, the injured gods appear, all armed with thunder, and awake his fear. What frights him most? In a gigantic size, thy sacred image flashes in his eyes, these shake his soul, and, as they boldly press, bring out his crimes, and force him to confess. This wretch will start at every flash that flies, grow pale at the first murmur of the skies, ever clouds are formed, and thunder roars, afraid, and Epicurus can afford no aid, his notions fail, and the destructive flame commission falls, not thrown by chance, but aim, one clap is past, and now the skies are clear, a short reprieve, but to increase his fear, whilst arms divine, revenging crimes below, are gathering up to give the greater blow. But if a fever fires his sulphurous blood, in every fit he feels the hand of God, and heaven-born flame, then, drowned in deep despair, he dares not offer one repenting prayer, nor vow one victim to preserve his breath, amazed he lies, and sadly looks for death, for how can hope with desperate guilt agree? And the worst beast is worthier life than he. 21. He that once sins, like him that slides on ice, goes swiftly down the slippery ways of vice, though conscience checks him, yet, those rubs gone over, he slides on smoothly, and looks back no more. What sinners finish where they first begin, and with one crime content their lust to sin. Nature, that, rude and in her first essay, stood boggling at the roughness of the way, used to the road, unknowing to return, goes boldly on, and loves the path when worn. 22. Fear not, but pleased with this successful bait, thy perjured friend will quickly tempt his fate, he will go on, until his crimes provoke the arm divine to strike the fatal stroke, then thou shalt see him plunged, when least he fears, at once accounting for his deep arrears, sent to those narrow isles, which thronged we see with mighty exiles, once secure as he, drawn to the gallows or condemned to chains, then thou shalt triumph in the villain's pains, enjoy his groans, and with a grateful mind confess that heaven is neither deaf nor blind. The end of the 13th Satyr. The 14th Satyr. To his friend Fusinus. Fusinus, those ill deeds that fully fame, and lay such blots upon an honest name, in blood once tainted, like a current run from the lewd father, to the lewder son. If gaming does an aged sire entice, then my young master swiftly learns the vice, and shakes, in hanging sleeves, the little box and dice. Thus the voluptuous youth bred up to dress for his fat grandsire, some delicious mess, in feeding high, his tutor will surpass, as heir apparent of the gourmand race. And, should 1,000 grave philosophers be always hollowing virtue in his ears, they would at last their loss of time lament, and give him over for glutton in descent. Can cruel Rutilius, who loves the noise of whips far better than a siren's voice, can Polyphemus, or Antiphates, who gorge themselves with man, can such as these set up to teach humanity, and give by their example, rules for us to live? Can they preach up equality of birth, and tell us how we all began from earth? Thy inhumane lord, who with a cruel gust can a red fork in his slave's forehead thrust, because thy unlucky criminal was caught with little theft of 2 coarse towels fraught. Can he a son to soft remorse incite, whom goals, and blood, and butchery delight? Who would expect the daughter should be other than common punk, if lager be the mother? Whose lovers' names in order to run over the girl took breath full 30 times, and more, she, when but yet a tender minx, began to hold the door, but now sets up for man, and to her gallants in her own handwriting, sends billets due of the old boards inditing. So nature prompts, so soon we go astray, when old experience puts us in the way our green youth copies what grey sinners act, when venerable age commends the fact. Some sons, indeed, some very few, we see, who keep themselves from this infection free, whom gracious heaven for nobler ends designed, their looks erected, and their clay refined. The rest are all by bad example led, and in their father's slimy track they tread. Is it not enough we should ourselves undo, but that our children we must ruin too? Children, like tender osiers take the bow, and as they first are fashioned, always grow. By nature, headlong to all ills we run, and virtue, like some dreadful monster, shun. Survey the world, and where one Cato shines, count a degenerate herd of Catilines. Suffer no lewdness or undecent speech, thy apartment of the tender youth to reach, far be from thence the glutton parasite, singing his drunken catches all the night, but farther still be woman, woman first was evil's cause, herself of ills the worst. Boys even from parents may this reverence claim, for when thou dost at some vile action aim, say, should the harmless child withhold thy hand, would it not put thy fury to a stand? Then may we not conclude the sire unjust who, when his son overcome with drink and lust, is by the censor of good manners caught, and suffers public penance for his earth, rails, and reviles, land turns him out of door, for what himself so oft has done before. A son so copied from his vice, so much the very same in every little touch, that should he not resemble to his life, the father justly might suspect his wife. This very reverend lecher, quite worn out with rheumatisms, and crippled with his gout, forgets what he in youthful times has done, and swinges his own vices in his son. To entertain a guest, with what a care would he his household ornaments prepare, harass his servants, and overseer stand, to keep 'em working with a threatening wand, clean all my plate, he cries, let not one stain sully the figure's silver, or the plane, rub all the floors, make all the pillars bright, no hanging cobwebs leave to shock the sight. O wretched man, is all this hurry made on this account, because thou art afraid a dirty hall or entry should offend the curious eyes of thy invited friend? Reform thy family, one son at home concerns thee more than many guests to come. If to some useful art he be not brad, he grows mere lumber, and is worse than dead. For what we learn in youth, to that alone in age we are by second nature prone. The callow stalks with lizard and with snake are fed, and soon as ever to wing they take, at sight those animals for food pursue, the first delicious bit they ever knew. Even so 'tis nature in the vulture's breed, on dogs and human carcasses to feed. Jove's bird will souse upon the timorous hare, and tender kids with his sharp talons tear, because such food was laid before him first, when from his shell the labouring eaglet burst. Centronius does high costly villas raise with Grecian marble, which the sight amaze. Some stand upon Cahata's winding shore, at Tiber's tower, and at Praenest more. The dome of Hercules and Fortune show to his tall fabrics like small cots below, so much his palaces overlook 'em all, as Gelt presides does our capital. His son builds on, and never is content, till the last farthing is in structure spent. The ewes, like their bigoted sires before, by gazing on the clouds their god adore, so superstitious, that they'll sooner dine upon the flesh of men, than that of swine. Our Roman customs they contemn and jeer, but learn and keep their country rites with fear. That worship only they in reverence have, which in dark volumes their great Moses gave. Ask 'em the road, and they shall point you wrong, because you do not to their tribe belong. They'll not betray a spring to quench your thirst, unless you show 'em circumcision first. So they are taught, and do it to obey their fathers, who observe the Sabbath day. Young men to imitate all ills are prone, but are compelled to avarice alone, for then in virtue's shape they follow vice, because a true distinction is so nice, that the base wretch who hoards up all he can, is praised, and called a careful, thrifty man. The fabled dragon never guarded more the golden fleece, than he his ill-got store. What a profound respect wherever he goes the multitude to such a monster shows. Each father cries, my son, example take, and led, by this wise youth, thy fortunes make, who day and night never ceased to toil and sweat, drudged like a smith, and on the anvil beat, till he had hammered out a vast estate. Side with that sect who learnedly deny that ever content was joined with poverty, who measure happiness by wealth increased, and think the moneyed man alone is blessed. Parents the little arts of saving teach, ever sons the top of avarice can reach, when with false weights their servants' guts they cheat, and pinch their own to cover the deceit, keep a stale crust till it looks blue, and think their flesh never fit for eating till it stink, the least remains of which they mince, and dress it over again to make another mess, adding a leak, whose every string is told, for fear some pilfering hand should make too bold, and with a mark distinct, seal up a dish of thrice boiled beans, and putrid summer fish. A beggar on the bridge would loathe such food, and send it to be washed in Tiber's flood. But, to what end these ways of sordid gain? It shows a manifest unsettled brain, living, to suffer a low starving fate, in hopes of dying in a wealthy state. For, as thy strutting bags with money rise, the love of gain is of an equal size. Kind fortune does the poor man better bless, who though he has it not, desires it less. One villa therefore is too little thought, a larger farm at a vast price is bought, uneasy still within these narrow bounds, thy next design is on thy neighbour's grounds, his crop invites, to full perfection grown, thy own seems thin, because it is thy own, the purchase therefore is demanded straight, and if he will not sell, or makes thee wait, a team of oxen in the night are sent, starved for the purpose, and with labour spent, to take free quarter, which in 1/2 hour the pains and product of a year devour, then, some are basely bribed to vow. It looks most plainly done by thieves with reaping hooks. Such mean revenge, committed underhand, has ruined many an acre of good land. What if men talk, and whispers go about, pointing the malice and its author out? He values not what they can say, or do, for who will dare a moneyed man to sue? Thus he would rather cursed, and envied be, than loved, and praised in honest poverty. But to possess a long and happy life, freed from diseases, and secure from strife. Give me, ye gods, the product of one field as large as that which the first Romans tilled, that so I neither may be rich nor poor, and having just enough, not covet more. 'Twas then, old soldiers covered over with scars, the marks of Pyrrhus, or the Punic wars, thought all past services rewarded well, if to their share at last 2 acres fell, their country's frugal bounty, so of old was blood, and life, at a low market sold. Yet, then, this little spot of earth, well tilled, a numerous family with plenty filled, the good old man and thrifty huswife spent their days in peace, and fattened with content, enjoyed the dregs of life, and lived to see a long descending healthful progeny. The men were fashioned in a larger mould, the women fit for labor, big, and bold. Gigantic hinds, as soon as work was done, to their huge pots of boiling pulse would run, fell to, with eager joy, on homely food, and their large veins beat strong with wholesome blood. Of old, 2 acres were a bounteous lot, now, scarce they serve to make a garden plot. From hence the greatest part of ills descend, when lust of getting more will have no end, that, still our weaker passions does command, and puts the sword and poison in our hand. Who covets riches, cannot brook delay, but spurs and bears down all that stops his way, nor law, nor checks of conscience will he hear, when in hot scent of gain, and full career. But hark, how ancient Marsus did advise, my sons, let these small cots and hills suffice, let us the harvest of our labor eat, 'tis labor makes the coarsest diet sweet, thus much to the kind rural gods we owe, who pitied suffering mortals long ago, when on harsh acorns hungrily they fed, and gave 'em nicer palates, better bread. The country peasant meditates no harm, when clad with skins of beasts to keep him warm, in winter weather, unconcerned, he goes almost knee-deep through mire, in clumsy shoes. Vice dwells in palaces, is richly dressed, there glows in scarlet, and the Tyrian vest. The wiser ancients these instructions gave, but now a covetous old crafty knave, at dead of night shall rouse his son, and cry, turn out, you rogue, how like a beast you lie, go, buckle to the law, is this an hour to stretch your limbs? You'll never be chancellor, or else yourself to Lelius recommend, to such broad shoulders Lelius is a friend, fight under him, there's plunder to be had, a captain is a very gainful trade, and when in service your best days are spent, in time you may command a regiment. But if the trumpet's clangor you abhor, and dare not be an alderman of war, take to a shop, behind a counter lie, cheat half in half, none thrive by honesty, never reflect upon the sordid ware which you expose, be gain your only care. He that grows rich by scouring of a sink, gets wherewithal to justify the stink. This sentence, worthy Jove himself, record as true, and take it on a poet's word, to have money, is a necessary task, from whence 'tis got the world will never ask. Taught by their nurses little children get this saying, sooner than their alphabet. What care a father takes to teach his son with ill-timed industry, to be undone. Leave him to nature, and you'll quickly find the tender cockerel takes just after kind, the forward youth will without driving go and learn to outshoot you in your proper bow, as much as Ajax his own sire, excelled, and was the brawnier blockhead in the field. Let nature in the boy but stronger grow, and all the father soon itself will show, when first the down appears upon his chin, for a small sum he swears through thick and thin, at seer's altar vents his perjury, and blasts her holy image with a lie. If a rich wife he marries, in her bed she's found by dagger or by poison, dead. While merchants make long voyages by sea to get estates, he cuts a shorter way. In mighty mischiefs little labor lies, I never counselled this the father cries, But still, base man, he copied this from thee, thine was the prime, original villainy. For he who covets gain to such excess, does by dumb signs himself as much express, as if in words at length he showed his mind, the bad example made him sin by kind. But who can youth, let loose to vice, restrain? When once the hard-mouthed horse has got the rein, he's past thy power to stop, young Phaeton, by the wild courses of his fancy drawn, from east to north, irregularly hurled, first set on fire himself, and then the world. Astrologers assure long life, you say, your son can tell you better much than they, your son and heir whose hopes your life delay. Poison will work against the stars, beware, for every meal an antidote prepare, and let Archigenes some cordial bring fit for a wealthy father, or a king. What sight more pleasant, in his public shows did ever preacher on the stage expose, than are such men as every day we see, whose chief mishap, and only misery is to be overstocked with ready coin, which now they bring to watchful Castor's shrine, since Mars, whom we the great revenger call, lost his own helmet, and was stripped of all. 'Tis time dull theatres we should forsake, when busy men much more diversion make. The tumbler's gambols some delight afford, no less the nimble caperer on the cord, but these are still insipid stuff to thee, cooped in a ship, and tossed upon the sea. Base wretch, exposed by thy own covetous mind to the deaf mercy of the waves and wind. The dancer on the rope, with doubtful tread, gets wherewithal to cloth and buy him bread, nor covets more than hunger to prevent, but nothing less than millions thee content. What shipwrecks and dead bodies choke the sea, the numerous fools that were betrayed by thee. For at the charming call of powerful gain, whole fleets equipped appear upon the main, and spite of Libyan and Carpathian gale, beyond the limits of known earth they sail. A labour worth the while, at last to brag when safe returned, and with a strutting bag, what Phoenici gods thou hast had in view, more than our lying poets ever knew. What several madnesses in men appear. Orestes runs from fancied furies here, Ajax belabours there an harmless ox, and thinks that Agamemnon feels the knocks. Nor is indeed that man less mad than these, who freights a ship to venture on the seas, with one frail interposing plank to save from certain death rolled on by every wave, yet silver makes him all this toil embrace, silver, with titles stamped, and a dull monarch's face. When gathering clouds overshadow all the skies, and shoot quick lightnings, way, my boys, he cries a summer's thunder, soon it will be past. Yet, hardy fool, this night may prove thy last, when thou, thy ship overwhelmed with waves, shalt be forced to plunge naked in the raging sea, thy teeth hard pressed, a purse full of dear gold, the last remains of all thy treasure, hold. Thus he, whose sacred hunger, all the stores that lie in yellow togas could not satisfied, does now in tattered cloths at some lane's end a painted storm for charity extend. With care and trouble great estates we gain, when got, we keep 'em with more care and pain. Rich Licinus his servants ready stand, each with a water bucker in his hand, keeping a guard, for fear of fire, all night, yet Licinus is always in a fright. His curious statues, amber works, and plate, still fresh increasing pangs of mind create. The naked cynic's jar never flames, if broken 'tis quickly soldered, or anew bespoken. When Alexander first beheld the face of the great cynic in that narrow space, his own condition thus he did lament, how much more happy thou, that art content to live within this little hole, than I who after empire, that vain quarry, fly, grappling with dangers wheresoever I roam, while thou hast all the conquered world at home. Fortune a goddess is to fools alone, the wise are always masters of their own. If any ask me what would satisfy to make life easy, thus I would reply. As much as keeps out hunger, thirst, and cold, or what contented Socrates of old, as much as made wise Epicurus blessed, who in small gardens spacious realms possessed, this is what nature's wants may well suffice, he that would more, is covetous, not wise. But since among mankind so few there are who will conform to philosophic fare, thus much I will indulge thee for thy ease, and mingle something of our times to please. Therefore enjoy a plentiful estate, as much as will a knight of Rome create by Ritian law, and if that will not do, double, and take as much as will make 2, nay 3, to satisfy the last desire. But if to more than this thou dost aspire, believe me all the riches of the East, the wealth of Croesus cannot make thee blessed, the treasure Claudius to Narcissus gave, would make thee, Claudius like, an errant slave, who to obey his mighty minion's will, did his loved Empress Messalina kill. The end of the 14th Satyr. The 15th Satyr. How Egypt, mad with superstition grown, makes gods of monsters, but too well is known. One sect, devotion to Nile's serpent pays, others to Ibis that on serpents preys. Where, Thebes, lie 100 gates lie unrepaired, and where maimed Memnon's magic harp is heard, where these are mouldering lest, the sots combine with pious care a monkey to enshrine. Fish gods you'll meet with fins and scales overgrown, Diana's dogs adored in every town, her dogs have temples, but the goddess none. 'Tis mortal sin an onion to devour, each clove of garlic is a sacred power. Religious nations sure and blessed abodes, where every orchard is overrun with gods. To kill, is murder, sacrilege to eat a kid or lamb, man's flesh is lawful meat. Of such a practice when Ulysses told, what think you? Could a listener's guests, withhold from scorn or rage? Shall we, cries one, permit this lewd romancer and his bantering wit? Nor on Charybdis rock beat out his brains, or send him to the Cyclops whom he feigns. Of Scylla's dogs, and stranger flams than these, Caine's rocks that justle in the seas, of winds in bags, for mirth's sake, let him tell, and of his mates turned swine by Circe's spell, but men to eat men humane faith surpasses, this traveller takes us islanders for asses. Thus the incredulous Fec, having yet drank but one round, replied in sober fret. Nor without reason truly, since the board for proof of the fact had but Ulysses' word, what I relate's more strange, and even exceeds all registers of purple tyrants' deeds, portentous mischiefs they but singly act, a multitude conspired to this more horrid fact. Prepare, I say, to hear of such a crime as tragic poets, since the birth of time, never feigned, a thronging audience to amaze, but true, and perpetrated in our days. Ombus and Tenta neighboring towns, of late broke into outrage of deep-festered hate. A grudge in both, time out of mind, begun, and mutually bequeathed from sire to son. Religious spite and pious spleen bred first this quarrel, which so long the bigots nursed. Each calls the other's god a senseless stock, his own, divine, though from the self-same block one carver framed them, differing but in shape, a serpent this resembling, that an ape. The Tenterites to execute their crime think none so proper, as a sacred time, which called to Ombites forth to public rites, 7 days they spent in feasts, 7 sleepless nights. For scoundrel as these wretched Ombites be Canopus they exceed in luxury, them reviling thus the Tenterites invade, by giddy heads and staggering legs betrayed, strange odds. Where crop-sick drunkards must engage a hungry foe, and armed with sober rage. At first both parties in reproaches jar, and make their tongues the trumpets of the war. Words break no bones, and in a railing fray, women and priests can be as stout as they. Words serve but to inflame our warlike lists, who wanting weapons clutch their horny fists. Yet thus make shift to exchange such furious blows, scarce one escapes with more than half a nose. Some stand their ground with half their visage gone, but with the remnant of a face fight on. Such transformed spectacles of horror grow, that not a mother her own son would know. One eye, remaining, for the other spies, which now on earth a trampled jelly lies. Yet hitherto both parties think the fray but mockery of war, mere children's play, though, traversing, with streams of blood they meet, they tread no carcass yet beneath their feet. And scandal think it to have none slain outright between two hosts that for religion fight. This whets their rage to search for stones, as large as they could lift, or with both hands discharge. Not, altogether, of a size, if matched with those which Ajax once or Turnus snatched for their defence, or by Tydides thrown that brushed Aeneas' crest and struck him down, of weight would make two men strain hard to raise, such men as lived in honest Homer's days, whom giants yet to us we must allow, dwindled into a race of pygmies now, the mirth and scorn of gods, that see us fight, such little wasps, and yet so full of spite, for bulk mere insects, yet in mischief strong, and, spent so ill, our short life's much too long. Fresh forces now of Tentorites, from town, with swords, and darts, to aid their friends, come down. Who with fleet arrows levelled from afar, ever they themselves appeached, secure the war. Hard set before, what could the Ombites do? They fly, their pressing foes as fast pursue. An Ombite wretch, by headlong hast betrayed, and falling down either out, is prisoner made. Whose flesh, torn off by lumps, the ravenous foe in morsels cut, to make it further go. His bones clean picked, his very bones they gnaw, no stomachs balked because the corpse is raw. Till had been lost time to dress him, keen desire supplies the want of kettle, spit, and fire. Prometheus' ghost is sure overjoyed to see his heaven stolen fire from such disaster free. Nor seems the sparkling element less pleased than he. The guests are found too numerous for the treat, but all, it seems, who had the luck to eat, swear they never tasted more delicious meat. They swear, and such good palates you should trust, who doubts the relish of the first free gust. Since one who had it thy rear excluded been, and could not for a taste o' thy flesh come in, licks the solid earth, which he thinks full as good, while reeking with a mangled Ombit's blood. The Vascans once with man's flesh, as 'tis said, kept life and soul together, grant they did. Their case was different, with long siege distressed, and all extremities of war oppressed. For miserable to the last degree, thy excuse of such a practice ought to be, with creatures, vermin, herbs, and weeds sustained, while creatures, vermin, herbs, or weeds remained, till to such meagre spectacles reduced, as even compassion in the foe produced, acquitted by the manes of the dead, and ghosts of carcasses on which they fed. By Zeno's doctrine we are taught, 'tis true, for life's support no harmless thing to do. But Zeno never to the Vascans read, 'tis since their days that civil arts have spread, 'twas lately British lawyers, from the Gaul learnt to harangue, and eloquently bawl. Tula hopes next to improve her northern style, and plant, where yet no spring did ever smile with flowers of rhetoric her frozen isle, that brave, the Vascans, were we must confess, who fortitude preserved in such distress. Yet not the brightest their example shines, eclipsed by the more noble Saguntines, who both the foe, and famine to beguile, for dead and living raised one common pile. Meotis first did impious rites devise of treating gods with humane sacrifice, but salvage Egypt's cruelty exceeds the Scythian shrine, where, though the captive bleeds, secure of burial when his life is fled, the murdering knife's thrown by, when once the victim's dead. Did famine to this monstrous fact compel, or did the miscreants try this conjuring spell, in time of drought to make the Nile to swell? Amongst the rugged Cimbrians, or the race of Gauls, or fiercer Tartars can you trace an outrage of revenge like this, pursued by an effeminate scoundrel multitude, whose utmost daring is to cross the Nile in painted boats, to fright the crocodile? Can men, or more resenting gods, invent, or hell inflict proportioned punishment on varlets who could treat revenge and spite with such a feast as famine's self would fright? Compassion proper to mankind appears, which nature witnessed when she let us tares. Of tender sentiments we only give those proofs, to weep in our prerogative, to show by pitying looks, and melting eyes how with a suffering friend we sympathize. Nay, tears will even from a wronged orphan slide, when his false guardian at the bar is tried, so tender, so unwilling to accuse, so oft the roses on his cheek bedews, so soft his tresses, filled with trickling pearl, you doubt his sex, and take him for a girl. By impulse of nature, though to us unknown the party be, we make the loss our own, and tears steal from our eyes, when in the street with some betrothed virgin's hearse we meet, or infant's funeral, from the cheated womb conveyed to earth, and cradled in a tomb. Who can all sense of others' ills escape is but a brute at best in humane shape. This natural piety did first refine our wit, and raised our thoughts to things divine, this proves our spirit of the gods' descent, while that of beasts is prone and downward bent. To them but earth-born life they did dispense, to us, for mutual aid, celestial sense. From straggling mountaineers, for public good, to rank in tribes and quit the salvage wood. Houses to build, and them contiguous make, for cheerful neighborhood and safety's sake. In war, a common standard to erect, a wounded friend in battle to protect, the summons take of the same trumpet's call to sally from one port or man on public wall. But serpents now more amity maintain. From spotted skins the leopard does refrain, no weaker lions by a stronger slain. Nor, from his larger tusks, the forest boar commission takes his brother swine to gore. Tiger with tiger, bear with bear you'll find in leagues offensive and defensive joined. But lawless man, the anvil dares profane, and forged that steel by which a man is slain. Which earth, at first, for plowshares did afford, nor yet the smith had learnt to form a sword. An impious crew we have beheld, whose rage their enemies' very life could not assuage, unless they banquet on the wretch they slew, devour the core and lick the blood they drew. What think you would Pythagoras have said of such a feast, or to what desert fled? Who flesh of animals refused to eat, nor held all sorts of pulse for lawful meat. The end of the 15th Satyr. The 16th Satyr. What vast prerogatives, my Gallus, are accruing to the mighty man of war. For, if into a lucky camp I light, though raw in arms, and yet afraid to fight, befriend me, my good stars, and all goes right, one happy hour is to a soldier better, than Mother Juno's recommending letter, or Venus, when to Mars she would prefer my suit, and own the kindness done to her. See what our common privileges are, as first no saucy citizen shall dare to strike a soldier, nor when struck, resent the wrong, for fear of farther punishment, not though his teeth are beaten out, his eyes hang by a string, in bumps his forehead rise, shall he presume to mention his disgrace, or beg amends for his demolished face. A booted judge shall sit to try his cause, not by the statute, but by martial laws, which old Camillus ordered, to confine the brawls of soldiers to the trench and line, a wise provision, and from thence 'tis clear, that officers a soldier's cause should hear, and taking cognizance of wrongs received, an honest man may hope to be relieved. So far 'tis well, but with a general cry, the regiment will rise in mutiny, the freedom of their fellow rogue demand, and, if refused, will threaten to disband. Withdraw thy action, and depart in peace, the remedy is worse than the disease, this cause is worthy him, who in the hall would for his fee, and for his client bawl, but wouldest thou friend who hast 2 legs alone, which heaven be praised, thou yet mayst call thy own, wouldest thou to run the gauntlet these expose to a whole company of hobnailed shoes? Sure the good breeding of wise citizens should teach a more good nature to their shins. Besides, whom canest thou think so much thy friend, who dares appear thy business to defend? Dry up thy tears, and pocket up thy abuse, nor put thy friend to make a bad excuse. The judge cries out, your evidence produce. Will he, who saw the soldier's mutton fist, and saw thee mauled, appear within the list, to witness truth? When I see one so brave, the dead, think I, are risen from the grave, and with their long spade beards and matted hair, our honest ancestors are come to take the air. Against a clown, with more security, a witness may be brought to swear a lie, than, though his evidence be full and fair, to vouch a truth against a man of war. More benefits remain, and claimed as rights, which are a standing armix perquisites. If any rogue vexatious suits advance against me for mine own inheritance, enter by violence my fruitful grounds, or take the sacred landmark from my bounds, those bounds which with procession and with prayer, and offered cakes, have been my annual care, or if my debtors do not keep their day, deny their hands, and then refuse to pay, I must with patience all the terms attend, among the common causes that depend till mine is called, and that long looked for day is still encumbered with some new delay. Perhaps the cloth of state is only spread, some of the quorum may be sick abed, that judge is hot, and do offs his gown, while this overnight was bowsy, and goes out to piss, so many rubs appear, the time is gone for hearing, and the tedious suit goes on, but buff and belt men never know these cares, no time, nor trick of law, their action bars, their cause they to an easier issue put, they will be heard, or they lug out, and cut. Another branch of their revenue still remains beyond their boundless right to kill, their father yet alive, empowered to make a will. For, what their prowess gained, the law declares is to themselves alone, and to their heirs, no share of that goes back to the begetter, but if the son fights well, and plunders better, like stout Coronus, his old shaking sire does a remembrance in his will desire, inquisitive of fights, and longs in vain to find him in the number of the slain, but still he lives, and rising by the war, enjoys his gains and has enough to spare, for 'tis a noble general's prudent part to cherish valor, and reward desert. Let him be daubed with lace, live high, and whore, sometimes be lousy, but be never poor. The end of the 16th Thatter.